not clickbait. Honestly, well, I was listening to David French and um, Ezra Klein talking on a podcast about the Trump indictments. And I'm looking at what's happening on the right. And so me and my friend are going to go out on the range and try out my new Italian-made toy, which I had no intention of buying. I'm thinking I need to buy a different toy. So I'm seriously not even joking. These idiots are driving us towards civil war. And they know it. And I've made videos about this before. This is not like me being Chicken Little. I am not the type of person to warn about this stuff. I have extensively studied political science and government. Probably have a better background than 99.9% of the pundits that are speaking stupidly. And I don't think the United States has been this close to something like this in at least 60 years. No. See, that's the thing. The left, you don't have to worry about, usually as a Jew. Usually. I mean, Israel has to worry about the left, but that's because that's on a national scale. The left destroy things. Destroy things by changing them and removing their functionality. So, like, you look at all the people who died under Mao and Stalin and Pol Pot and Gandhi. Gandhi was a left-wing murderer. It's Lysenkoism. It's destroying society. It's not authoritarianism. It's not. Usually, it's not violence, although it can be. Because really, I mean, the left just temperamentally is not very good at it. So the amount of destruction that the left is creating in the United States is, I mean, once we recognize how much they've destroyed and start to reverse it, it's going to take a generation or two to reverse the damage that they've done, which, I mean, obviously, it's bad. What I really fear is that they will get the Civil War they're itching for, and then the right wing reaction will do as much damage, if not more, than the left has already done. So, yeah, I mean, when it comes down to it, American evangelicals, I mean, the philo-Semitism, if I want to use that to my advantage, um, philo-Semitism and being fetishized by the American right has its advantages, I guess. But honestly, I mean, my concern isn't personal. Um, yeah, as things get worse, I mean, fact is, a lot of Jews would flee to Israel. Um, it's the beautiful thing we have here in the United States that I'm on. Andrew, go to bed.
How you been?
Good. Tomorrow's first day of school.
It's only 10:30. And my first class is at 10, so I'm chilling. You can hear me, yeah?
I can hear you.
Cool. Why the Civil War?
I was just listening to a podcast with Ezra Klein and David French talking about the Trump indictment. Not sure if you've heard of it. Yeah, the news only talks about the stupid things. They don't talk about the important things.
You and I agree there.
I mean, I, I, I seriously have no idea why. Well, I guess I kind of do. Where's that book? Ship of Fools by Tucker Carlson. Nope, actually, I have a perfect idea. I have many books on my bookshelf explaining the stupidity. You should read Beyond Order.
I never finished the first one.
I finished the first one and I gave it to to somebody as a gift.
That's good.
Will the Civil War be live streamed for all of our entertainment? No, that's not how Civil Wars work anymore. Civil Wars, well, you can go watch my other video, my video on the coming Civil War. It was from a few months ago.
Who's fighting who in this civil war? Is it just libs and Republicans? Or?
I mean, libs, are left wing. Our libs are not
Liberal? Yeah.
liberal. Um, and no, I mean, it's going to be a dissolution of. I think what we'll see probably soon is more supply chain disruptions. Um, the elections are going to be more dysfunctional than they've ever been. Probably have Biden and Trump be the nominees and have a close election, very close election, which I guess would be that Trump would win because that's the worst possible thing, because that's just what has been happening these days. And a Trump win in a narrow election would suck, but and then we will have more social chaos and division and segregation and stuff. No way it would be close if Biden or anyone in his orbit is on the ballot. That is not true, my friend. Um, Donald Trump will never, ever get a. Well, let's hope. I mean, I could hope that people would wake up, but can't. No, that's not going to happen. Biden will literally need to be in a Darth Vader suit under his suit and tie to keep him alive. Honestly, at this point, um, while I wish him a miraculous recovery from all that ails him, um, the fact that he is functioning as well as he is must be the work of Satan, because it's like the most politically destabilizing thing. Liked the article you reposted on Substack. Just read it. Yeah, Chris Hedges. I mean, he's far left. He's actually left, and he's right. The article was all Noam Chomsky and Chris Hedges and things from the far left, and the fact that our political elites are so possessed by their stupidity that they can't see what's going on is just. I wish I could say it was surprising.
Yeah, that's. This whole disintegration of politics is kind of why I put my hope in this little corner.
Oh, that's 100% why I put my hope on this little corner.
Uh-huh.
When I go on the range to play with my Italian toy, I'll have to invite you and Richard along with me.
I'm sure our mothers would collectively freak out over that.
They probably would. Oh well. You're Richard says, "I'm down." Yeah, your father, I know wouldn't mind. Describe best outcome of 2024. Best possible outcome of 2024. Ron DeSantis wins in a landslide. Hey Teo, I actually do need to talk to you this week sometime for my school projects. So. The Messiah comes. Yes. You know what would be the best outcome of 2024? The Yanuka wins the US presidency. He's not eligible to run.
Mm. Oh, kind of off topic, but you were talking about how you came to your views of, I don't know, Jesus or Christianity in general as Mashiach ben Yosef, something like that. I'm
Yes.
butchering the pronunciation.
No, actually, you did pretty good.
Okay. And how you read that Kabbalistic text on
Passover.
the Seder, right? Yeah. And I don't know. I kind of wanted to apologize because
I will never forgive you.
yeah. Because it really is a tragedy when, you know, us Christians don't know our Bible. And
It's a tragedy when us Jews don't know our Bible. Happens all the time. This is actually so the discussion you and Richard and I were having, this is afterwards I was thinking about what I failed to express. And what I failed to express is wherever you go, all the people there are going to be human beings. And that is so disappointing. It really, really is. Because when you become more religiously involved and you hope that religion and God will sanctify things, and they do. I have to say this, they do sanctify things. What you ultimately find out is all the people everywhere you go are human beings. Every last one of them. And that's just so disappointing. I don't understand what this kitty wants. She jumps on my lap, but then she jumps off. And then she comes and she claws on my pants, but then she doesn't want to stay. So, if everybody decided Judaism was true, there would still be flawed human beings to deal with. But that would be dope. Yeah, that's the thing. I know lots and lots of very good and holy and pious people, and every last one of them is a human being. Every last one. See my shadow? She's actually looking at you on screen. No, you can't play with my. Here, you can play with this.
I saw her looking at it, and then she just went for it.
She likes the elastic on my COVID mask. I bought her a bunch of toys. Well, Antonio's wife approves of my cat. That's important. Hopefully your wife will approve of my cat.
She better. Otherwise, I don't know about the wife bit. I'm kind of in a pickle.
What are you in a pickle about?
I'm taking your comments about Catholicism to heart.
Okay.
But at the same time, I'm kind of a year into catechesis for the Coptic
Being a
Orthodox
Coptic.
Church. Yeah. So.
Are there any Eastern Rite Catholic churches around?
No, afraid not.
Really? There's
Yeah.
got to be some Eastern Rite Catholic churches in Los Angeles. There can't not be Eastern Rite. Let me see. Eastern Rite Catholic Church. Proto-Cathedral of St. Mary's Byzantine Catholic.
Yeah, it's Byzantine.
What's Byzantine Catholic?
Greek Orthodox kind of.
Greek Orthodox Roman Catholics?
Yeah.
Perfect!
Yeah, but it's not Coptic. You're so demanding. You know, It's like
if you become an Eastern Rite Roman Catholic priest, you can
get
still
married.
get married.
Yep. Why not Catholicism, Andrew? You know, if you asked me that a year ago, I probably wouldn't have a good answer. I got somewhat caught up in this Orthodox craze, and I had the Protestant brain of, doctrine. I fucking love doctrine. But also icons, Catholicism does not have. I think Catholicism really needs to
up its icon game.
Yes, and get a good theology of icons. Right now, all they say is that it's good for teaching, and that's it. And I think they need to do better than that. For my money, I think the Oriental Orthodox need to do better on that too. But
Sounds like you're off to seminary, Andrew. Pontifical Institute for Eastern Orthodox Studies.
you need a degree to go to seminary, I thought.
I don't know. Ask Father Stephen.
How's it
Richard,
going, Richard?
you're supposed to be studying. You were lecturing me about what a bad influence I am on you.
I need to.
I can barely hear you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm working on it.
I thought it was interesting. Father Eric mentioned now how Catholics, Hollywood gets Catholic style more right than Catholicism.
Yeah.
He's right. He's right.
Can you hear me better?
You look at the Hollywood movies, the exorcism, whatever, let's call the Catholic Church. Nobody's calling a Protestant. Like, what?
Can you hear me better, Jacob?
Yes.
Yeah. I was thinking about this today. Let's see. And you were talking about, like culture was the word you were using.
Mm.
And I feel like because of the fact the two parishes that I've gone to are what you call that, are mostly convert parishes. The culture is not very insular.
Mm.
And so
Right.
and
That's
so-
the thing, Richard. You
Right.
go to a Western Rite Eastern Orthodox church, which is a very different situation than Andrew going to a
right,
Coptic church.
right,
Yeah.
yeah. Well, and so I was like thinking, like, if I went to a Roman, like, if I picked out a random Roman Catholic church, it's possible that it might be more insular depending on the ethnic makeup, than my Western, right?
It's possible. It's possible. Honestly, I mean, when I went to your church, I didn't think, Richard, you're going to have problems necessarily the same way I'm guessing Andrew would with the with with the Copts.
See,
And
here's the thing though, Jacob. From the way Andrew talks about it to me, it sounds like he's made more relationships than I have in his Coptic church. And he can speak to that. But
I make really good relationships with people who actually want to talk to me, and the rest is kind of like sticking out like a sore thumb.
how many people is that?
So usually I go to Vespers because liturgy is, I'll say in an Oriental Orthodox church, liturgy is hard because there's usually three languages. One of them is the vernacular, so English. The other one is the vernacular of its hometown, which for the Copts is Arabic. And then the other one is the traditional liturgical language, which would be Coptic.
Right.
So you're having very structured language in three different languages.
Yeah.
Um,
I don't envy you, by the way.
yeah, and most of the time during the liturgy, it's like, yeah, you should be reverent, you should be reverent, you should be reverent. And it's hard to be reverent in three different manners.
Yes,
Um,
for sure.
So most of the time, liturgy is too holy for me.
Because of the languages?
It's not just that it's in another language, it's
Right.
also that I can tell that the liturgy is fully integrated with that language. Like it'll
Right.
rhyme with Arabic and with Coptic, and with
Right.
Coptic, I'll see the cues in the theological language. You know, like
Mhm.
even in Vespers, they'll say "Mano Iones" and whatnot,
Right.
and
Right.
yeah,
That's interesting.
yeah, and like for there's the people that are there for like actual religious reasons, and they're kind of more open to talking to me because what do you know, I'm religious.
Sure.
um,
Yeah.
and then I go to liturgy, and everyone who is there for culture and there to see their friends and whatnot is also going there, and I stick out like a sore thumb.
Right.
Even amongst the clergy, I stick out like a sore thumb.
Right.
Like if a priest doesn't know my name, if it's his first time serving at that church, he's gonna walk over to me and say, "Hey, what's your name?"
Right.
So you make really great friends, but it feels like everywhere else, everyone's watching you. How does this guy act?
It's the exact same thing in the Jewish community. When somebody converts to Judaism, the rabbis are like, "Oh, you're Jewish and you're part of the community." And all the people who are Jewish, because they were born Jewish and they don't actually believe that if you get dunked in a mikvah, that suddenly changes your status as a Jew or a Gentile,
Yeah.
don't care. And it's the same thing at any church that's not precisely like a Protestant church where you have to get dunked in the water to be part of this church, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Mhm.
yeah, if people don't believe that getting dunked in the water is what makes you a member of the community, and that's not why they're not actually going to accept you just because you got dunked in some water.
Yeah. It's kind of a problem because I do believe that, cognition is external. And if I'm thinking about this all the time and I have to keep being in it to keep me going, there's the real danger of theological pride. I chose this church. I'm going to this church, this foreign church.
Yep.
It's like I'm not sure they realize that like when I go and I look foreign, everybody out there looks foreign to me. I'm the one person that looks foreign to them. Everybody out there looks foreign to me.
Yep. Yeah. You're the foreigner, though.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
But I think if I grew up Catholic and fell away, I would just go back to the Catholic Church. But I don't feel much connection to Catholic culture at all. I don't even know what like Catholic culture looks like. Like, I'm not sure that I make this.
And the thing is that in this corner, we only get like the bad side of it, like via Kill Jordan, and
Yeah.
all those guys are just complaining about everything.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
so
yeah.
it makes it look so unappealing. But
Yeah,
it
yeah.
you don't get that with the Orthodox at all.
Mhm.
It's almost the complete inverse.
Yeah.
And I mean, I don't know, like, Jacob, does that ever wear off? 'Cause
What?
I mean, like, of course, Andrew will never be Coptic, like ethnically Coptic.
And his
But
kids will never be
No.
ethnically Coptic.
sure, but does it get better?
It gets better. It doesn't go away.
But how much better? Because I can envision it. Like, of course, there's going to be people, a select few who never let their walls down. But like like it seems like most would. Maybe not. I've never been in an ethnic church. I've not.
It's look, I mean, I know within Judaism, like second, third generation people who are obviously ethnically not Jewish
Mhm.
still suffer from the fact that they look ethnically not Jewish.
But
And I and the fact is actually I don't think that Jews are more ethnically unified than the Copts are. I mean, you're talking about not just hundreds of years, you're talking about thousands of years of history in one country and people who came to the United States and as opposed to going to their local church, decided mostly for ethnic reasons, not because they are, you know, Miaphysites, that they're going to go to the Coptic church.
yep. Yeah.
It's like the good I can see in being treated differently is recognizing that inherited traditions are important. But I can't get those. I can't get those. I'm sorry.
See, this is the difficult thing. Like, okay, so Nissim Black, right? He converted to Judaism, and um, he was trying to get his kids into good Jewish schools, and the ostensible reason he couldn't get them in is because he's a gangster rapper, and let's face it, he's still like people are like, these are the kids of a gangster rapper.
Sure.
At the same time, it's, I mean, there is some racial component, and he
Sure.
went to Rabbi Kanievsky, who was a very, very prominent rabbi. And Rabbi Kanievsky told him that your skin color is your special gift from God. And after that, his kids got into good
Cool.
schools.
Huh.
Yay! I'm glad his kids are going to school. Does that mean his kids are going to have an easy time getting married?
Hmm.
I don't think so. They're not. And like, but they're born into it. And frankly, like, if you're called to it, I think that's beautiful. I think it's beautiful that Nissim Black feels called to it. And frankly, I think he's doing a lot for the Jewish community, and I am very supportive of him. But Max, I'm too tired to join, but I'm going to want a TLDR for how to prep. The way to prep is to make friends, join a church, well, join a synagogue. And,
Not a church, Jacob?
no. Max Friedman
Oh, got
Yeah,
it.
freely
Mhm.
join a synagogue. Yeah,
Got it.
he has no problems with that.
Right.
My
My bad.
And I do want to address Nomi's comment about like putting it off. The problem is that all the friends that I've made who actually talk to me are like, oh my gosh, it's wonderful that like, you know, you're getting prepared for baptism and whatnot. And they're all getting excited because they know I've been in this for a year. And if I tell them, hey, give me 5 months or something to go check out my local traditional Catholic church.
Yeah, Elliot, I don't see why backing out would be worth it at this point.
At this point, I want to talk to my priest about it and just lay it on the table. And we'll see how it goes from there. I have a lot of stuff to talk to my priest about, huh?
Good. You should talk to your
Yeah.
priest. I am in favor of you talking to your priest.
Yeah.
Honestly, my concern is you getting married.
Yeah. Mm.
Yeah. We're trying to marry you off, Andrew.
Yeah, time.
So I wrote this stuff to somebody, and you guys don't need to know who it is, but I'm going to read you what I wrote to him. There's nothing wrong with finding yourself a trad wife. I would look seriously for a mail order bride if I were you. It's not the stupidity that most people make it into. There are smart, beautiful women who want to be married to and bear children with a man like you. F feminism. F the stupidity in our society. Find yourself a life partner. Pick an ethnicity you are attracted to. Go on a vacation there. Go to church and talk to the minister. Say exactly what you're looking for. Go talk to her parents. Arrange a real wife for yourself whose family will absolutely love you and be good to them. Maybe even bring your in-laws over too. They will be worth their weight in gold. You're not looking to save the entire world all at once. That is impossible and will make you depressed and possibly suicidal. You're looking to be a man who makes the world a better place than it was without you. You can do that by cleaning your room. That includes finding a nice wife, making a good family, raising decent children. The problem with the people we are fighting is that their ideas are stupid and don't work. You don't need to sabotage them. You just need to stop them from sabotaging you. Don't worry about the drag queens at the story hour. That is a diversion. WTF is wrong with the parents taking their kids? And do you really want to interfere in their kids sterilizing themselves? This is a theological strategy, not something I came up with by myself. You don't fight darkness with darkness. A little light pushes off much darkness. These people are counting on their jujitsu tactics to use your own force against you. They should not live rent-free in your head, and they certainly should not be getting in the way of finding yourself a nice girl and pumping her full of your kids. You have 6 children. Don't take them to drag queen story hour. You win. You will hopefully have dozens of grandkids, and the idiots will have 0. I know many families who survived the Holocaust. One of them calls each of his grandkids a nail in Hitler's coffin. He has over 100 and can't keep count because they're having kids all the time. It's about the Bible. What is the first thing that your Bible tells you to do? Be fruitful and multiply. And then I hit him with, Matthew 16:9-13. This then is how you should pray, O Father in heaven, hallowed be your name. Your kingdom come, your will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us today our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, as we also have forgiven our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from the evil one. And then I hit him with my strongest question yet. Are you a Christian, son?
I do not like reducing things to transactions.
Reducing what to transaction?
It's not
Gifts, marriage, anything.
No. See, marriage is not a transaction. Marriage is a commitment between a man and wife who wants to help each other to live good Christian lives. That's why I told him, go to a country where you find nice traditional girls, go to the church, talk to the minister, ask the minister to introduce you to her parents, and then be really good to them.
Yeah.
Of course, he has a lot more money than either one of you two do.
Well, my mom and I, I forget who mentioned their lawyer brides, but we were only half joking when we were thinking about the benefits of it.
Of a mail order bride. Honestly,
Not
if it
necessarily.
wasn't against my religion, I would like. The problem is I'm not allowed to marry a Gentile.
But
If it wasn't against my religion, I would. I have friends who have several of them actually who
okay.
who did precisely that and are very happy.
Yeah, I'm sure. And yeah, one of my favorite images in the Bible is the death of Jacob.
Well, thank you very much, Richard.
Beautiful image.
That's going to make a great clip on my Civil War preparation edition Just Chatting stream. Richard, one of my favorite images is the death of Jacob.
Why did you have to ruin the brother? That was a profound confession. Not confession, but profound statement of mine. But you know what I mean, though? Like what when you talked about that Holocaust survivor with 100 grandchildren. Yeah, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. And
yeah, Jacob and his kids and grandkids. Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And it's tragic to watch my 94-year-old grandfather who lived alone until quite recently. And my uncle and aunt moved in with him.
Are you the only grandkid?
There's two of us. Yeah. And the other grandkid, a girl, has 3 kids so far.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, that's been good.
So you have 97 to make up.
We could probably work on it, me and her. We could hammer that 50 each. She's a nice girl, really nice girl. Woman, I should say.
Yeah, she has 3 kids.
Yeah. And she owns her own business too. She's gone the babysitting route.
Aha.
Yeah, my favorite part is where like Jacob completely screws over the first one, you know, right? Like,
It's such a funny story. Oh my gosh. It's so great.
It is what it is. Okay, so we're talking about Civil War preparations.
Mm.
So where are we gonna move to? I'm not
I was going to, I think I told you this. I was going to move to Montana, but not everyone's moving to Montana. So I pushed it to Wyoming. But I feel like other people are thinking the same thing.
Wyoming. I don't
So-
even know where Wyoming is.
Exactly. That's the point, Jacob.
Wyoming is south of Montana. That's better.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, I actually think Utah is probably one of the best
Utah?
places. Yeah. I
Yeah.
trust the Mormons.
Yeah, that's a good point.
The Mormons are doing a much better job, despite all the demons, than most of the other churches.
That is a good point.
Man, I'm worse than a Mormon? Jeez, you're killing me.
I didn't say you're worse than a Mormon, but the Coptic Church hasn't done a great job in defending its. I mean, I shouldn't laugh. There is an active genocide of Copts going on, but
That's true.
there is an active genocide of Copts going on.
This is true. That is occurring. Okay, I have my Google Earth out, Jacob. What's
If I have my druthers, I would
Yeah.
rather be part of a group that's not being actively genocided.
that is fair. That is fair.
Hey, we have experience, you know?
Everything else being equal, no genocide better than genocide.
Yeah. How about like Nebraska? What is Nebraska? I
Yeah.
never think of Nebraska for any reason.
Nebraska was very, very flat.
Mm.
That's true. So you want mountains, right?
I don't know. I don't know necessarily. I mean, the main reason why, if I do buy, I am considering maybe buying an escape property in Eastern Washington,
Okay.
is because Ariel Leb's brother James is there, and he has that
Yeah.
preparation channel.
Yeah.
Charlie, you were going to sleep, remember?
Charlie. Goodness.
You
Oh,
lying.
you're from Nebraska. Okay.
He is from Nebraska,
So
but
now-
he was going to sleep. It's like
Yeah.
1 a.m. where he is.
So now I've heard of two things from Nebraska. I've heard of Omaha and Charlie Campbell, and that's it.
Yeah, James has a prepper channel, and
Okay.
he's actually he's like properly Christian, like
Yeah.
he-
He's the one you were telling us about.
yeah.
Where is he again? He's near Spokane?
Yeah, about an hour from Spokane,
In which direction?
north.
No, okay. That's a good direction.
Well, northwest. He's not too far from
Even better.
from
Just looking at the terrain.
Fruitland, Washington.
See if I can find it. Yeah, it doesn't look too bad. Oh, beautiful.
I have to go there. Well, I have to go there to pick up my dog. I'm
Yeah.
planning on going Memorial Day weekend.
Good night, Charlie.
Good night, Charlie.
Okay.
Teo, what are you gonna do in London when the American Civil War happens?
Nothing,
Find out.
probably. Oh, the Columbia looked beautiful up in here. Oh my goodness.
Oh, I could actually flash one of the pictures I took, couldn't I? Where's that picture I took?
Oh, Jacob's flashing.
The stream has the worst Richard clips ever. I can just imagine your mom watching those two clips. Oh, Jacob's flashing us, and my favorite image is dead Jacob. She'll never let me go to church with you again.
Because it's all your fault, of course. That I've said these horrendous things.
Where is that picture? I want to show you guys.
Oh, you-
There's the picture.
Have you been to any other Orthodox churches, Jacob?
Do I remember going to any other?
He's been to a wedding.
I went to an Orthodox wedding.
Mm.
I took that picture myself from James's property.
Beautiful.
Mm.
Is that the
Man.
river?
I don't know. No, I think there's a lake there.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think he's that close to the river.
Okay.
Or maybe he is.
Where in the world?
No, that I think that's Mudgett Lake.
Okay. Got it.
Yeah, so I told James I would be interested in a property near his as an escape camping place, as long as it's really, really cheap.
Sure. Seems reasonable.
Laugh at the dink memes that'll come out of it. Zach says it's coming. Oceans of blood, but I will be memeing the Civil War. If the power fails, then I will graffiti my memes a la Banksy. I don't think there's going to be oceans of blood. I think much more likely there's going to be a lot of starvation.
Yay.
That's the sad part.
My mom has been building up a stockpile of my seizure medication in the event of some sort of devastation.
Stockpile of what?
My seizure medication?
Oh, seizure medication. Okay.
I do have epilepsy, if you did not know that.
I did know that. That's why you're on keto.
Yes. Alright. Time to read from a heretic. William Lane Craig.
Yosef just made a new video. You guys want to watch Yosef's new video with me?
Who's Yosef? Secrets of
Who is Yosef?
Who is Yosef? Even I vaguely know who Yosef is.
How can
who's
you
Yosef?
not know Yosef? How dare you?
No, I just don't.
He's the one writing the PhD, right?
Yes, he's the one with the PhD in robotics.
Oh, he has it now? I think.
Well, he will as soon as he finishes his damn PhD. Okay. This is unlisted. I don't know if he wants me to play
Jacob.
it while it's unlisted.
Okay.
Terrible friend. Better safe than sorry. You guys could read my homework with me.
No, thank you. I just finished my homework. That's why I'm on here. If the systems really collapses, we will have widespread toxicity issues with no way of knowing, testing, or tracing the source or substance. I hadn't considered that too much, but imagine finding what seems a good water source free of bacteria and amoebas, only to die of chemical poisoning. Well, honestly, I mean, the part of the reason to have a my concern is not sudden collapse, and this is what I told Yosef says, sure. So I'm gonna play. What?
How is that written? Like,
no, he wrote sure and then with a grimacing emoji.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yes.
I don't use emojis. So
how dare you not use emojis? You're 18.
I think they're stupid. So.
You're 18.
But in some ways, I'm not 18.
Okay, we're gonna watch Yosef's video.
You can imagine how this might be a tough sell for a Jew who owns an ox, who's like following Deuteronomy 25 by taking off that.
Oh yeah, one of my favorites, 1 Corinthians 9.
Muzzle, and then Paul's just like, this isn't about oxen. God doesn't care about oxen. Like you know, probably it's understandable why they object to that.
Yeah, and whereas the fundamental claim that Paul makes, but to some degree it's shared by all the New Testament authors, is that the death and resurrection of Jesus marks a new era in God's plan. Not like God changed his mind and suddenly decided, hey, this Jew thing isn't working, I need to try something else. But rather, the claim that you find by Paul and other New Testament authors is, in some sense, all that stuff relating to the Israelites and the Jews was Act 1 of a 2-act play. And the coming of Jesus is the fulcrum on which things transition. And so in Act 1, you find a lot of things that aren't clear until you get to Act 2. You find in Act 1 a lot of things that foreshadow things are going to come up in Act 2. But it's only by watching the whole play that you can rightly understand a lot of things back there in Act 1. So the Christians are coming along and saying, making the rather audacious claim that the Jews do not rightly understand their own scriptures.
What influence had this translation on the development of Christianity, development of our world, we can say?
Yes. I mean, it's fascinating if we think about it. This is the first religious tradition really building itself up on the translation.
And is he doing it rightly? Well, you know, traditionally historic Christians would say, yeah, because, I mean, he was Paul, you know, he was led by God. He was the one whose words got in the scriptures. We trust, we obey. We just have to say Paul got it all right. But Paul does an issue of individual scrolls. And I just want to say one more word about that before we move on. If Paul wanted to consult these scrolls, where would he do it? People did not, very few people owned books in the ancient world. As we'll see in a minute, very few people could read or write. And certainly as Paul travels, he's not lugging around a stack of dozens of scrolls with him. And so really the only place you could consult a collection of scrolls was in the local Jewish synagogue. And even they would not necessarily have translations of all the text. What mattered to them was the Torah, the first 5 books. And so we'll get into some questions later about, well, how much does Paul, he's quoting generally from memory, from when he had access to those texts. So to some degree, maybe we might summarize that Scripture is those texts that Paul has devoted to memory sometime in the course of his studies over the years and is able to meditate on, to ruminate on, to quote or allude to when he wants to. In some sense, that's then going to be a subset of the actual texts that we find in the Jewish Scriptures, those that he has found important and relevant over the years.
Next, we have the fact that they often quote the Septuagint. And this becomes interesting because they don't always quote the Septuagint that we have. It may be one of those revised versions that we mentioned, were revised versions which we don't actually have anymore, but we can see is a revision. So it's quite possible the authors chose which translation, which of the many versions of the translation that existed, they chose which was best for their particular argument. And in fact, it's quite possible they were aware of variants and that there were different versions. But finally, of course, the Septuagint, in translating into Greek from Hebrew, the Septuagint sometimes had to choose a particular word which would have a different vocabulary from the Hebrew. A good example is of course, the issue over the virgin birth. Isaiah 7 talks about an Alma, a maiden, which was translated into Greek as Parthenos, which can also mean just a maiden or a young girl or an unmarried woman, but also has a specific meaning in Greek of virgin. Now, this may have been, again, unintentional in the translation of Isaiah, but once it was read in Greek and people saw the word as virgin, it then created the story of the virgin birth. Once it was read in Greek, separate from the Hebrew, by people who didn't necessarily think about the Hebrew background, it started to develop its own theological influence.
I mean, these things, we just don't realize how offensive these kinds of language and this way of, not only the language, but the mode of thinking is to a Jewish mindset. And you can start understanding why not many Jews listened to Paul in those days. I mean, he's really stomping on their toes consistently when they hear Paul is distorting the scriptures. Paul is twisting the scriptures to support his own views. And you know what? If you take an unsympathetic view, that's exactly what he's doing. He's twisting the scriptures to support his.
Because they had then adopted this text, not necessarily knowing it was a translation. But they saw the text as very, very important.
He believes he's justified in doing that, and Christians over the centuries have said, yes, Paul is justified in doing that because what he says is true. Jesus is the Messiah anticipated in all of ancient Israel. The Gentiles are part of God's people. Maybe even they've replaced the Jews as God's people in a lot of traditional Christian thinking. These things really were. Paul is right, yay, Paul. So the Christians are coming along and saying, making the rather audacious claim that the Jews do not rightly understand their own scriptures. Because even Christianity, all the way through history, is this assumption that the Jewish scriptures were not written just for the Jews. They were not written just about Israel, that they are talking about Christianity in one way, shape, or form. And so therefore we have a right, because they are our scriptures, to go back and mine those texts from meanings that may not have been intended or known by the original authors, but that were known by God. And that God can now lead us into the right understanding. Now, obviously that opens up all kinds of cans of worms.
And Professor, from Christian point of view, without this translation, would Christianity prevail like it did? Would it be a different religion, maybe?
Maybe a different religion. Very hard to say. If let's do some counterfactual history. If the translation was never made, the Christian movement would have been speaking Aramaic, and they probably would have, therefore, in terms of a tradition, may well have merely stayed in the area of Syria, Transjordan, Judah, as Aramaic speakers. By having Greek, they were able to spread into Asia Minor, into Greece, and ultimately to Rome. So certainly without Greek, Christianity would not have had the dominance it had now. Maybe they would have done their own translation, or maybe eventually some people would speak Greek. But if you were speaking Greek, but you're speaking Greek about a text that is Hebrew, it wouldn't make sense at all. So they needed something in Greek if they were going to use that text. Without the text, they are no longer a people of the book. They would be a small cultic group who may well have actually died out when the temple was destroyed, because they were temple focused initially, the early Christian movement. And if you lose the temple and you don't have a religious text to continue the message, then you may not have lasted. So there's much truth in saying, actually, the Septuagint translation paved the way for Christianity. It's fascinating.
What?
Jacob, this is why I say you should look at the Assyriac Orthodox Church, or Assyriac Church of the East.
Why?
Because they have the whatever.
Peshitta?
Yeah.
You haven't seen my things on the Peshitta, my videos on the Peshitta?
No, afraid not.
We'll talk about it after this video finishes.
Okay.
If we think about it, this is the first religious tradition really building itself up on translation.
The principle, if we try to follow it, is why we get the thousands of Protestant denominations with all kinds of different teachings, et cetera, and yet is there a way out of that? In a sense, no. I mean, really, essentially, grammatical historical interpretation, which is what I meant by the real meaning of the text, is in looking at the history and the literature context. That is a way of trying to honor a set of interpretations above other interpretations. And one of the funny things in literary studies the last few decades is basically to say texts don't have meanings. Meanings are either in the author alone, who brings them to the text, or they emerge in the engagement of an author with a text. So we might say that in many ways what Paul is doing is what readers have always done with all texts when they're in a community that has an identity that they want to apply those. So it's all driven by similar concerns, pastoral concerns and meaning-making concerns, to understand who they are, their place in history, what they should be doing, and what is coming ahead. The right doctrine from the wrong texts. In other words, one could still argue, if you wished to, as a Christian, Paul does screwy things with texts, but his intentions are good and the meaning he derives from it is true, even if he isn't really getting them from these texts. So, well, if he got it right, he sure didn't do it the way we would. In fact,
Historically, from a Jewish perspective, was it the right move to translate this Hebrew text into the Greek and eventually helping for the Christianity to rise and rule the world?
Can you put the link to that freeway in the private chat, Jacob?
I don't know. I have to ask.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm joking. If I played it on the thing, so yeah. So let me tell you about the Peshitta. So Sam Adams and I were having a little debate, as we used to do a lot, about Jesus, and he spoke about so he's speaking about the Son of Man, capital S, capital M. And I said to them, you can't capitalize things in Hebrew. He's like, yeah, but I heard that there's a special way in which Jesus said it, which was special. Like,
okay.
how would that be in Aramaic? You can't do that in Aramaic. And he's like, well, that's what I heard. So me being me decided, you know what? Let me go see the Peshitta. And one thing that I like, the Peshitta is the first translation of the Greek scriptures to any language, which was to Aramaic.
Okay.
And the question I asked, and everybody else asks, and lots of people have been asking for a very long time is, well, how do you know that it's a translation of the Greek to the Aramaic? What if it's the original? And there is a group of people who talk about Peshitta primacy, which includes some members of the Syriac Church, apparently. Until you actually go and read the Peshitta, which I did. I have a video called Son of Man Debate, where I graphically demonstrated why it's absolutely obvious.
Graphically.
Pshita is with actual illustrations.
Oh,
Yeah.
graphs. Okay, got it. I thought you were like graphic violence.
No. With it wasn't graphs. It was actually illustrations with colors and stuff,
Sure.
showing, trying to explain it to anybody who wanted to know why it's absolutely obvious that the Pshita is not the original.
Sure.
And honestly, when I first saw it, it made me really mad because I went, oh my God, these people deliberately mistranslated things in order to make it bring their theology into the words of Jesus in Aramaic.
Sure.
But then I thought about it and I cooled down and I was like, no, they must have thought Jesus spoke in Greek and they were trying to preserve the meaning, because when you translate the things that Jesus says to Aramaic, they mean very different things.
Really.
Because the word, like when you just translate Son of Man from Greek to Aramaic, the term Son of Man, Barnash, right? If you just were to use that, then a lot of the things that Jesus says are very different than Christian theology would have him say. So I showed one place in the Pshita where they translated Son of Man as opposed to Barnash. So listen to the difference. Barnash, Son of Man, they translated to Bare Din Danasha, which, as best I can translate it into English, is his son of that there man.
So I am his son of that there man.
Yes.
Okay.
Bar A means his son.
Right.
Din is the actual of, and as
Right.
opposed to the construct, which is
Sure.
what, when you translate from Hebrew to English,
Right.
you add in order to explain the construct
Yeah.
in thing.
Yep.
Din, and then they added another of the, and then Nasha of the man.
Right.
They added so like they took Barnash and they turned it into Bare Din Danasha, right? Like, just to make perfectly clear that Jesus was not saying what he was
Right.
saying.
Or
Because that's the difference between Christian theology and
Sure.
what I believe Jesus was actually saying.
sure. Okay. Right. So the Daniel connection doesn't work for you. I don't know. Like, that's all I know is that, oh, he's pointing to Daniel. Is he pointing to Daniel or not?
No, he's not pointing to that.
Okay. Why is he not pointing to Daniel?
Because
Why would he call himself Son of Man so often if he wasn't?
he doesn't. He when he's talking, when he says Barnash, he's talking about humanity.
Oh, interesting.
So take all the places where it's translated Son of Man. First, make sure that you're not using the King James, because the King James takes a lot of places where he says Son of Man and turns it into Son of God.
Okay.
So the newer ones take it back. And then instead of Son of Man, put in humanity, and you see that he's not actually saying what Christians say he's saying.
Okay. Interesting.
And this is why I say the only Christians are, if you define Christians as people who follow Jesus, then the only Christians I know are Orthodox Jews and maybe some Eastern Orthodox Christians.
Sure.
Father Stephen is trying very hard to convince me that Christians are actually Christian.
Because the Eastern Orthodox, well, so you're just saying in general, not on this point, right?
Okay, so Father Stephen's interpretations sound like things that could be interpretations in line with what Jesus, I believe, taught.
Okay.
But I think that that turns him into one of the people that Paul called a Judaizer.
Sure.
And he's committed to this idea that Paul was not actually calling Jesus a Judaizer. By Judaizers, he was talking about some other people that we can't really figure out who they would be.
Sure. Look at you causing up me so many problems, Jacob.
This is what I do. This is what I do.
They're looking up me. By the way, I did just look on Michael Satori's channel and did see that he has a playlist of 15 videos reading propaganda. He hasn't talked about propaganda. He just reads it.
Really? Okay. That's interesting. I meant to look up what Francis Schaeffer. How do you spell Schaeffer?
Probably SCHAFER.
Found it. Thoughts of Jacques Ellul.
Michael Satori also. Oh yeah, you know he likes people. Yeah. Oh wait, Michael does have a video on Jacques Ellul. It's called "Exploring the Ancient Root of Evil Lies." Everything the world tells you is either BS or propaganda.
Okay, Jacques Ellul and Francis Schaeffer, Two Views of Western Civilization. Western civilization is in a state of intensifying crisis today. The roll call of challenge we face is so often, please don't give me a 15-page thing. Just tell me what Francis Schaeffer thought about. Francis Schaeffer began his challenge to historians in the West with his two popular books, The God Who Is There and Escape from Reason, both published in 1968. In 1976, Schaeffer published his largest and most study, though his Jacques Ellul has published several historical studies, most notably a 5-volume. Though many scholars and publishers have praised Ellul as the Protestant for our time and similar encomiums, he has been damned by many others as a crank and misguided one-eyed prophet. This guy is not telling me. First, how do Ellul and Schaeffer approach the issue of historical explanation?
It's possible they never encountered each other, and this is just a comparative work.
It sounds like it is, yeah. I would have hoped that Schaeffer would have seen through Ellul claiming to be a Christian.
Yeah, it looks like I can. It looks like Michael's talking positively about it. I would have to watch the video based on the description.
Or I could just ask Michael.
You could, or I could. Yes, I don't see him that often, but he's on the Discord though, right?
He is, and he has his own Discord.
Oh, yes. Is it like
Michael Sartori?
Is it for Tectonic School or is
Yeah.
it? Okay. I haven't looked into Tectonic School at all. I need to, because it sounds very interesting.
Okay, so we'll see what Sartori says about Jacques Ellul.
Because you guys only had that one conversation, right? Where
Well, Sartori and I have spoken several times with each other, but
but only the one on your channel.
on my channel was when his wife was on, yeah.
Oh, what? I didn't see that one. I saw the one where you talked about Bible translation.
No, Michael.
It was very one-sided. Not in a bad way. But.
Here, I am going to put it into both the chat and the private chat.
Oh, where'd he go?
When he clicks on things, he's on his phone, I'm guessing. That's
Mhm.
why he goes away when he clicks on things.
Okay, yeah, I'll have to watch that. Because you guys have one on... I think it's just called Conversation with Michael Satori. It was just a squabble. A little squabble.
Michael and I have had many, many conversations. I consider him a good guy, TM.
Yes, I agree. So, I've not spoken with him too much. But
In fact, I even called him a saint just today.
you had done that before.
I think he's a good guy.
Yeah, me
He's
too.
a very good guy.
Yeah, I loved his conversation with Paul and found it really insightful. I mean, the story of ministerial burnout was something I found insightful.
He is a very smart and faithful man.
Yeah.
And he is married to a Jewish woman and has 3 Jewish children.
Oh, really? I didn't know that. Okay.
Yes.
Got it. And she's a Christian, I assume.
Okay. Yes, she is. She's a professing Christian.
Okay.
But as far as she knows, her maternal grandmother was Jewish, which makes her Jewish.
Got it. Nice.
And makes all their children Jewish.
Right.
Okay, midnight is both of your curfews. Both of you are going to sleep at midnight.
I will not be going to sleep at midnight, but I will hop off.
You will no longer be on my channel at midnight. You are turning into pumpkins because I will not have your mom blaming me for your grades.
Sounds fine with me.
Yeah.
I won't have your mom, Andrew, blaming me for your grades either.
Mm-hmm.
She can blame me for you getting married young.
You'll make a friend that day.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Good. You didn't tell her for that I told you both of you that you need to turn off the GPS tracker, right?
Oh, I
No.
haven't read that article.
I think both of you need to turn off the GPS tracker.
I can't. Jacob.
Well, your father can.
Yeah.
My friends.
Look, my parents thought about buying a place here, or renting a place here. I was okay with it. I was like,
Well, yes, you're epileptic. That is that's
Yeah, that was. Oh, yeah.
that's the only consideration which makes it valid in my eyes.
True. That true. It
Yeah.
was really for that.
My friend.
Well, then if it's not really for that, then your father needs to put his foot down.
But they didn't. They decided against it. So. There you go.
I am very glad your father is who he is.
So am I.
My friends say to just put the phone in airplane mode. You know.
That's true.
Yeah.
That is true.
Yeah.
It is true.
There is no way in high heaven. When I was your age, I had a beeper, and I refused to answer my mom's beeps.
True. Beeper like a pager? You mean?
Yeah, I had a pager, and I would respond. I would not respond to her. I even told her she's not allowed to use my beeper. Like, I did not buy this for you to be able to beat me. This is me paying for me having a beeper. I wonder who has my phone number now. I still remember that phone number. I wonder.
Like who? Your
My
old.
beeper phone number. Yeah, I mean, back way back when it was. Wow, now it's being used by a company that sells. Well, it was being used by a company that sold stuff. What did it sell? Leggings.
Mm.
So you can call my old beeper number and get leggings. Well, you used to be able to. Apparently.
You know, I think part of my fascination with Chalcedon is how the Coptic Church can just split, and all of a sudden it's proclaiming to be the one holy Catholic Apostolic Church, and having to deal with catechumens. It'd just be easier for everyone involved to get over their differences and, become one church again. But these people, I tell you.
So apparently, the person who has my beeper number lives in Encino.
Where?
Encino, which is very close to where it's in the valley where I used to live.
Okay.
When I got that beeper.
Oh, did you say Fresno?
What?
Did you say Fresno?
No, I said Encino.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yes. So I gave up my beeper 24
Jacob's so old.
years ago. You know what was really funny was when somebody pointed out to me, some young person asked, why is it called hanging up the phone? And that was just so funny because I remember hanging up the phone.
Yeah. I've seen it in movies, so that's... well, actually, the image I have in my mind is Napoleon Dynamite. Have you not seen the Napoleon Dynamite? You haven't seen
the movie? No.
Oh my goodness. Cultural icon right now. Maybe
So,
right?
What?
Go ahead.
When I was your age, if you had a number that had 9s in it, you actually didn't like that because the people who still had rotary dials had like
Sure.
it was annoying.
Sure.
So one of my friends, like his number started with 993, and that was considered annoying. In fact, it had 3 zeros in it too, which was also annoying. Yeah, it had 2 9s and 3 zeros in it. Can you imagine dialing that? Things you never considered, did you?
No.
What kind of a chemical engineer are you? You're supposed to consider these things.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like the friction and like wearing
Energy.
people's
Yeah.
wearing people's phones out.
I'm sorry, man. I wasn't back then, you know. If they had me,
You know what I remember? I remember having a phone where you could change it from tone versus because with the rotary, right, it would be like how many times it beeped, right? And then they came out with tone. So like you could change your phone from tone to rotary so that like it was the number of beeps or it was the tone.
man.
Yeah. Tone versus pulse. That was it. Thank you, Fraud. Yes. Tone versus pulse.
I'm trying to find this.
My face hurts.
For smiling too much?
Yep.
You should stop smiling so much.
No.
Okay. You're allowed to smile, but only for 7 more minutes. You have a curfew, young man.
No. Okay.
From the guy who's telling you to get rid of your GP. No, you should have a curfew, but that curfew should not be imposed by a leash.
Mhm.
Back in my day, we had cordless the cordless home phone.
Mm.
Yeah.
Damn it, I can't find the exact one, but this one shows it pretty well. You want to play that, Jacob?
Sure. I'm not gonna get a copyright strike, am I?
No.
Are you sure?
It's a YouTube. No, you won't.
Are you sure?
It's a clip. We can claim educational purposes. That chord. Amazing.
Yeah? Who's this? It's Deb. And I'm calling to let you know I think you're a shallow friend. What the heck are you even talking about? Don't lie, Napoleon. Your Uncle Rico made it very clear how you feel about me. What? I don't need herbal enhancers to feel good about myself. And if you're so concerned about that, why don't you try eating some
Oh, and the payphone as well. You get the payphone.
Yeah, that was the funniest part was when the payphones started disappearing. I remember this one time my phone ran out of batteries and I needed to call somebody, and I had a very hard time finding a payphone, but I found a payphone. And then I realized I didn't have anybody's phone numbers memorized anymore.
Mm.
Yep.
Whereas I used to.
Yeah.
Man.
Fraud says, I sold cordless home phones for a while at Sears after high school.
Cordless. Wow. Cordless.
Oh, yeah. Cordless home phones were a big deal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like anytime I see a payphone, I post it on my Instagram. When I see-
Wow. Payphones have gone the way of the dodo bird.
Indeed.
You're feeling sleepy.
Very, very sleepy. Yeah. I took a nap today and woke up even more tired.
Yeah.
That happens.
Yeah.
I worked at Broadway selling shoes for a little while.
Oh well.
Not Broadway, Nordstrom.
Okay.
Chick-fil-A.
I worked at Togo's making sandwiches for a while.
Mm.
What is Togo? That's still around.
I don't know if Togo's is still around. Jacob, why are these two young men talking to you at midnight when they could be chasing tail? See, Antonio, I totally agree with you. I totally agree with
You
you.
mean when I could be reading this lovely philosophy paper by
What's it on?
it's on the title is Uncertainty a Sound Foundation for Religious Tolerance.
Oh,
It's an interesting piece.
I believe it, man.
Do you?
Yeah.
I'm unsure. And he said an interesting thesis on it.
Zach says, when I turned 21, I was in AC for decadence. I don't know what that means, etc. And while in Trump Casino, used a payphone when my phone died. Had to call my mom to get my aunt and uncle's phone number because I had forgotten.
Sure.
Oh, Atlantic City. That's AC. He's from the East Coast, and he was at Trump Casino.
Wow. I've seen the Trump Tower in Chicago. We tried staying there before we tried the prices. I think I've seen it. No, I haven't seen the New York Trump Tower.
Well, going back to our Civil War discussion,
yeah,
that's what triggered my thing. Was I was listening to Ezra Klein and David French talking about the Trump indictments, and they're just both so clueless.
David French, the Christian commentator?
I don't know if he's a Christian, but he's a commentator.
Okay. He is.
Yeah, he claims to be a Christian.
No, I think I'm thinking of someone else.
David French definitely claims to be Christian.
There's someone on USC Voices that we discussed a lot. I don't think it's David French.
If David French is on CRC Voices, somebody needs to kick him off.
We discussed his article.
Yeah, that sounds like David French.
Oh, it does? Okay.
Yeah, David French is... So, have you ever heard of the term court Jew?
Yes.
Well, both of you are getting off my stream.
We are.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Goodbye, Jacob.
So, court Jews during the Middle Ages were the designated Jews in David French, which is Fed. I wish he was just a Fed. Honestly, I think his hatred of Trump is deranging him. And that's why I say he can't really be a Christian, because a real Christian wouldn't hate Trump the way David French does, to the point where it's destroying him and everything he is. But yeah, he's the conservative equivalent of a court Jew. He works at the New York Times in order to have all the traitorous opinions that a supposed conservative does in order to, yeah. Antonio,
Hey,
hey,
do you hear me all right?
I hear you all right. Andrew, who should be sleeping, says rare occurrence of a curfew that actually works because everyone respects the reasoning involved. Controlled opposition, yeah, that's illusion of choice. Salad at Wendy's. Fraud says, so I missed the first part. Is there going to be a civil war or not? Yes, there is going to be a civil war, but it's not going to be the type of civil war people think it's going to be.
So are you really worried about something?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think the 2024 elections are going to be a huge cluster F of people possessed by spirits they are unaware of, causing damage in ways they don't understand. Like, I keep on seeing these conservatives talking about how 80% of the yard is red and how they're going to win in a landslide and all kinds of stupid things. Is there a Jewish mafia that has infiltrated our state and media? There is a Jewish mafia. The Jewish mafia is not the Jews who have infiltrated our state and media. And the Jews who have infiltrated your state and media are not Jewish. That's the problem. But yeah, I mean, this indictment is absolutely outrageously stupid.
No surprise.
Like, if Trump were indicted out of Georgia, like, that indictment is actually on serious charges. That's something that an intelligent human being could defend. But listening to a podcast of David French and Ezra Klein defending the indictment, Meyer Lansky, Bugsy Siegel, yep, there definitely has been a Jewish mafia, but that's mostly because fresh immigrants make good members of mafias. If you are actually interested in the social dynamics causing Trump to be ascendant in our politics, Milan Vaishnav has a book, When Crime Pays. It's on my it's right over there, and it's about politics in India and why people vote specifically for people with serious criminal records as politicians, because as a form of social signaling that you're not part of the elites. And the elites just keep on doubling down on stupid. And Ezra Klein and David French were talking about how they need to quadruple down on stupid. And yeah, when the New York Times is telling everybody to quadruple down on stupid, and people are stupid enough to listen to the New York Times over, did you see the New York Times lost its checkmark
No.
on Twitter? Yeah.
Elon Musk.
Yes, Elon Musk pulled their Twitter checkmark off the New York Times official account.
That's funny.
It is, but it's also sad.
Well, that's what I was going to ask about all the people who would listen to the New York Times. I wonder how many.
Well, see, this is the problem. It's not how many people listen to the New York Times, it's who listens to the New York Times. And
I just feel like normies are going to reach a breaking point too.
I hope so. But, I mean, here, let me find that poll. Here is a Twitter poll from The Rabbit Hole. Not a lot of votes, only 1,398 votes. Who do you trust more? New York Times or Jake? Jake was just some guy. And by almost 96%, people trust Jake. That was the meme. This Jake guy who has 370 followers, including me.
I mean, I really have been thinking about it though, with the lefty normies.
Yeah.
I don't really think they're as down for crazy as I once thought.
Oh, they're not down for crazy at all. They're not down for crazy. They just think the New York Times is sane.
Did you say a saint?
Sane, S-A-N-E.
Oh, okay.
They think the New York Times is an actual newspaper that faithfully reports truth. That's David French believes that. David French seriously believes that the New York Times has reporters who tell the truth. He doesn't realize the New York Times has been completely compromised. That's why he's working there. He's trying to make the New York Times. He thinks that he's making the New York Times better by working there, not realizing that all he is a fig leaf. So 25 years ago or so, I was working in journalism, and I read on the normies, the recent Munk debate was revealing. Okay, I might have to find what monk debate that was, but so I read an article in the BBC, which was obviously slanted against Israel to the point where they had, and back then I was still a very active Zionist, to the point where they had a fact which was obviously wrong, right? Not that it matters, but they said no country has its embassy in Jerusalem, and at the time there were two countries which did have their embassy in Jerusalem, and so I wrote a fierce letter to the BBC editors, and I emailed them, telling them how biased their article was and pointing out that it was so biased it had a fact wrong. And a man named Wahid wrote me an email back saying, "We apologize for the error," and they fixed it without any correction or anything. They just fixed the factual error, which made that article, which was still as slanted and bad as ever, just that much harder to show to other people as an indication that, oh, look, this is so slanted, it has a fact wrong, right?
Yeah.
And that's what I later realized about Wikipedia, that when I was making Wikipedia remove the most crazy things that it had on it, all I was doing was contributing to it looking like it wasn't crazy and like it was reliable. You didn't see it. It was incredible. Largest swing of opinion in the history of the forum in favor of Taibbi and Murray. 39% swing. Huh, did I watch that? I may have watched that. I mean, it's the type of thing I would watch. But, I mean, I'm glad. I'm not sure that's going to do much. I mean, what was the proposition? Here it is. Monk debate, mainstream media featuring Douglas Murray, Matt Taibbi, Malcolm Gladwell, and Michelle Goldberg. Well, Michelle Goldberg. Can't possibly lose against her. She's not an idiot. On the pro side of the debate were Douglas Murray, The Spectator, and Matt Taibbi, TK News on Substack. On the con side, what was the debate? Be it resolved, don't trust the mainstream media. On the con side of the debate were Malcolm Gladwell, The New Yorker, and Michelle Goldberg. At the beginning of the debate, 48% voted in favor of the resolution, don't trust the media, while 52% voted against the resolution. At the end of the debate, 67% voted in favor of the resolution, and while 33% against, representing a 39% switch to the pro side, the biggest switch in monk history. Really? That's 39%? That's not 39%, that's 29%. I'm sorry to hear they don't know math.
We take 29%, Jacob.
I'll take 29%, but That's not 39%. I mean, I'm happy it switched 29%, but 39% would be much bigger.
It would.
10% bigger than 29%. Hold on. It's not even 29%. It's 19%. What are they talking about?
Oh no, it gets worse, Jacob.
That is a 19% switch. Yeah.
We've been bamboozled.
Weird error. All the news outlets just read 39% and ran with it. Oh, well. Well.
That might cause the extra 20% swing.
There you go. There you go. That's the news outlets for you. That was a 19% swing. No, I guess what they're saying is that no, they're adding the so 48% voted in favor, meaning that 19 more percent voted in favor, and then 19 no, that would be 38%.
So they just rounded up.
No, they're just bad at math.
It's too late to be doing math, Jacob.
Isn't it? When's your baby due?
3 months.
3 months.
Well, it's April, so just under 3 months. You know what it's like is every now and then it'll just kind of hit me. It'll just like dawn on me that I'll be having a child. And then I start thinking about everything.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I need to find some land to buy somewhere I can escape to.
You're mentioning Eastern Washington.
Yeah. Yep. Yep.
I mean, it'd take a while to situate anyway.
Well, no, it's escape land. It's not go live there land. It's
Yeah. Escape for how long land? Question mark.
I think
Although I think I would rather, if I had to go out, it'd probably be out in the country wilderness than in the city.
no. That's okay. If we're talking about Civil War preparation, yeah, you want to get no. That's the thing. You have to get out of the cities. You have to get out of the major cities, and you have to, in fact, be far enough that people can't walk to where you are to come and get your food. For the 6 months before, I mean, honestly, I hate talking like this, but like, if we actually end up with serious malfunction, we're gonna end up with famine and lots and lots of people may die of starvation. And I mean, after lots and lots of people die of starvation, then there will be plenty of food for those who can hunt, and civilization will turn into tribes, and you want to be close to a tribe that's going to hopefully be. I mean, this is the thing. When there were the BLM protests in Los Angeles, I told my sister, rent a place and get your kids out of the house. And nothing happened. Not that I expected anything would happen. But what did happen was there were protesters walking past her literal house. And there was National Guard with a rifle in front of her literal house. And that's a lot closer to civil unrest than I want my sister and nephews to ever be. And it reminds me, so you're an electrician.
Yeah.
You're so you know the difference between what are they called? As opposed to circuit breakers, there's bulb and something. You can have circuit breakers, or you can have
Fuses.
Yeah.
I should clarify, I'm a electrical trainee.
Versus fuse box. Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you have, so I worked for insurance companies which would have me check that it was a circuit breaker and not a fuse box, right?
Yeah.
And we wouldn't just charge more if you had a fuse box. We would refuse to insure you if you had a fuse box. Now, I'm sure I could go back to that store owner that I refused to insure. How long ago was that? It's been like 7-8 years. And that store hasn't burnt down. Right?
Yeah.
And so he could say to me, well, you were wrong. And it's like, no, that's not how the insurance company works, right? They don't expect that the people they turn down will 100% burn down. They expect that some percentage of the ones with fuse boxes will burn down, that if they had circuit breakers, they wouldn't, right?
Yeah.
And so what bothers me is that the United States is getting to a point where things like this are not crazy talk. And if you had asked me 8 years ago, I would have said things like this are crazy talk. In fact, if you had asked me 3 years ago, I probably would have said crazy talk. There's a reason that my friend Jason and I are going to the range to play with my new Italian-made toy that I bought. And I am probably going to buy another toy because, I mean, you see what happened with COVID, and people completely misunderstand what happened with COVID. There are people who are talking about, oh, it was a dry run for... No, it wasn't a dry run for anything. What COVID was our system malfunctioning in ways that our system shouldn't malfunction. Right? When you have intelligent professors of epidemiology at Harvard and Stanford with MD PhDs who have studied epidemiology for many, many years, who are like, don't do this to our kids. This is not a good way of making things happen. Zach is Italian. You would like my Italian toy. It's the cheapest. It's the cheapest that Italian toy company makes, and it's very, very nice. And it was the same price as the other things I was looking for. Brought to you by Pfizer, but it wasn't just by Pfizer. That's the thing, fraud. It wasn't. The problem wasn't just Pfizer. The problem was the system was failing in ways that our system should not fail. And what is even more disturbing is our system is not correcting itself for that failure. And this keeps on happening. Bailing out FDIC insured deposits above the $250,000 limit, there is no reason. There is no reason that should have happened. That's absolutely insane. Indicting Trump in New York City on the charges that he's being indicted on, that is insane. Absolutely insane. I'm just being quippy. Of course, the system is failing, but part of the way it is failing is by being completely corrupt. Oh, yeah. I mean, that's the thing. People don't realize the level of corruption. And honestly, it's caused by a bunch of people who are not religious, so they are materialists. And so they don't believe in an afterlife. And they don't even have kids or care about their kids if they do have a kid. And certainly don't have grandkids, apparently. And don't care about their grandkids. And so they're like, oh, yeah, the system can't keep on going, but after I die, I don't care. They're not thinking intergenerationally. Our leaders generally are not thinking intergenerationally. We have a bunch of corruption in many different ways, and politics is not less complicated than fluid dynamics. It's more complicated than fluid dynamics. And too many people are trying to explain it with like billiards models of physics. And it's like, no, that's not how things work. And so we have really stupid punditry, and we have no sense-making mechanisms, social sense-making mechanisms that are actually making sense of things. And that includes on the right. Curtis Yarvin is not a good sense-making mechanism. The Weinsteins ended up being right about the intellectual dishonesty, incompetence, and corruption in so many sectors of finance and scientific academia, corrupt in ways we couldn't imagine even before woke and COVID. Yep. Eric has been warning about these things for well over 15 years. Say more about Yarvin. Okay, if you're if you're, and what gets me is that Peter Thiel, who I think is smarter than this, although the only time I spoke to Peter Thiel, I was surprised at his model. Peter Thiel is friends with Yarvin and listens to Yarvin, but Peter Thiel makes sure he listens to a lot of different people from different backgrounds, including people like Eric Weinstein. He keeps a very large stable of people who disagree with each other to advise him on things. So I don't know how much he buys into Yarvin's model, but Yarvin is just a materialist dialect. I mean, he's into the historical material dialectic of Marx, which tells you that you can predict the future. And it's like, no, you cannot predict the future with any certainty, you fool. Especially not on large systems, right? His neo-reactionary, like, if your reactionary is a man who is dating a dominatrix, like, if you're listening to Bronze Age Pervert and Yarvin as your reactionaries, look at the history of Nick Land. Look up the Cybernetic Culture Research Unit, CCRU. There's a Wikipedia article on it. The fact that the right wing is as delusional as the left is part of the problem, and why we're going to end up with a civil war, it seems. I have been watching this slow motion train crash for years, and while it would be nice to have people that I could point to who said, I know this stuff is going to happen. And to some extent, I do point to Ian McGilchrist. If you look at Ian McGilchrist's book, The Master and His Emissary, he predicted COVID in the right way to predict COVID, which is without the types of assurances that Yarvin gave, and with better understanding. There's also a Professor Epstein who was talking about how the election was going to be stolen from Trump in an intelligent manner. Nobody listened to him. And I mean, Trump is not going to, he's not competent to fix this. He was president for 4 years, and he wasn't competent to even keep himself from being screwed over in the election, which he should have been, but he wasn't. And I mean, it looks like they're going to engineer Trump being the Republican nominee. And Donald Trump is basically the only person on earth who could possibly lose this election. And here, where's that thing I wrote? here. Two senators who voted to convict former President Donald J. Trump for inciting the January 6th attack on the Capitol, one a Republican and one a Democrat, have raised concerns that Mr. Trump has been improperly targeted by the Manhattan District Attorney. Again, I would hasten to add that any criticism of Bragg does not translate necessarily into support for Trump. And Trump is definitely trying to exploit that ambiguity. But that is the point. It does translate, at least indirectly, to support for Trump, which is precisely what the Democrats want. There is not another man on earth who could lose to Biden in 2024. Not one. And the fact that, Richard, you can't vote in a state that matters. If your vote in either Washington State or California matters, it doesn't matter.
I learned that the hard way in 2020.
Frankly, I mean,
Well, I kind of already knew it, but confirmed.
people prop him up like an American Caesar, but even I, a supporter, must admit he lacks the conviction to wield power as the most conservatives. It's not conviction he lacks. It's competence. Why are the people saying Trump is the Messiah? Nobody's saying Trump is the Messiah. Nobody intelligent, at least. True. Do you not bother then? I vote simply because there is a record of who votes and who doesn't, and I want to be on record for being a person who voted, and I participate in polls, but not because I actually think that my votes matter. Is local voting worth it? Not really. That's not. You voting doesn't matter. You and your church voting does matter. But that's only if your church is smart enough to realize that not allowing politics to pollute your religion does not mean not allowing religion to pollute your politics. In fact, religion should be, when it is a question of religious ethics, religion should be dominant, needs to be dominant over the political mechanisms. Meow. And so part of the problem we have is that we live in an atheist religious state as opposed to a secular state where religion is kept out of public life, out of the places in public life it should not be.
That's the funny part, is religious belief is always at play.
Yeah. I still believe in that age-old American adage, if you can build a golf course, you can lead a nation. I was hoping. The fact is, Ann Coulter was more right than I gave her credit for. She said that Trump failed because he was so. The Plum Book was left a third unfilled in the Trump administration. And I thought that was a brilliant move and was hoping that he would submit a budget which cut all of the offices in the Plum Book that he did not fill. That's what he should have done. Even if he was not filling the Plum Book just because he couldn't find good candidates, he should have, first of all, he probably should have filled all of the offices in the Plum Book anyway, and he should have filled them with the types of people that Steve Bannon was would have chosen if Steve Bannon was good at what he was trying to do, which apparently he wasn't. Honestly, I gave Peter Thiel even too much credit. Peter Thiel, he admitted he miscalculated what it takes to run government. And he's much smarter than I am. He knows everything I do and a bunch more. So I can't claim to be better informed than he is. But for people who want to know, the Plum Book is all the political appointments that the president gets to make when his administration comes in. It's about 12,000 jobs. And a lot of them went unfilled. Incredible numbers of them went unfilled because the Trump administration. And at the very least, he should have submitted a budget which eliminated all the positions he could not fill. He didn't do that. What he allowed to happen was they scared off people from working in his administration, and he did not wield the administration in ways that he should have. I actually spoke to Rick Grenell about this, who was his acting DNI. And I said, why didn't Trump go after the social media companies, see Twitter files? And he said, because Trump thought that all their working against him was in fact helping him. And it's like, oh, he was dumb enough to think that everything they were doing was obvious, as opposed to the algorithms and everything that we found out under the Twitter files they were doing. And it's like, really? You're that dumb? I mean, he's not dumb. He's a boomer. So I'm hoping DeSantis, who is coming from an actual administration, and I hope DeSantis wins the Republican nomination, but the Democrats are going to try to engineer Trump. Trump had Bannon, Obama had Citigroup. Sadly, the neolibs, neocons, still packed as an admin. I don't know. I mean, honestly, we could sit here and talk about things we can't affect.
I was going to say the approach doesn't change. Still theological and personal.
And personal and community building, yeah. Trump would be, honestly, after the midterms, the 2022 midterms, when Fetterman, is that his name? Fetterman, the guy with the brain damage in Pennsylvania, when he lost to Dr. Oz, it was like, oh, that's what's going on in Pennsylvania. I'm not dumb. I'm just a boomer. Yeah. Honestly, when I saw that election, and I was at a Republican election watch party, and I spoke to somebody who is far more knowledgeable and actually involved with Republican. Like he actually gets a vote in who the Republican nominees are, unlike us. Yeah, I am not capable. This guy, he actually knows how to do things politically, and we were talking, and I asked him, I'm like, doesn't this he was a big DeSantis, and he was trying to convince a lot of people to support DeSantis who were like on the Trump train for 2024, and he agreed with me that it was the Oz election was the most important one, and what it was an indication of was that maybe Trump could win the 2024 elections in ways that DeSantis can't. Because trust me, it doesn't matter if it's Trump or it's DeSantis or it's Mitt Romney or it's McCain. Whoever the Republican nominee is, he's going to be worse than Hitler. And the New York Times is going to say all of the same things that Sam Harris is going to believe about how we need to do everything possible to stop this person from becoming president because it's like a meteor hitting the earth, and murdering little babies is justifiable in order to stop the election of whoever the Republican is. The Republican could be Mitt Romney. Mitt Romney, I mean, have you forgotten what Mitt Romney's candidacy was like? And so it doesn't matter who the Republican is. And it's not like the Democrats have control over their own primaries and stuff as much as people think either. Like, Hillary Clinton doesn't have as much control as she wishes she did. And the Democrats would have much preferred somebody other than Biden. All of them would have preferred somebody other than Biden for their nominee in 2020. But that was the best they could engineer, was Joe Biden.
Incompetent.
Beyond incompetent, there is a reason they engineered somebody who's not there. There are people who are willing to burn this country to the ground so that they can be the king of the ashes. And they exist in the Republican Party. Mitch McConnell is apparently one of them.
It's funny.
So,
I don't pay that much attention to politics anymore.
I don't either. I try not to. Honestly, I almost went to sleep instead of having this stream. But it's upsetting. It really is. It's upsetting. And it's far more practical for me to actually be considering my plans for how I am going to deal with the impending civil war than my voting strategies a la Richard, but I'm not senile, I'm just a boomer. See, this is what I don't get, is she jumps off my lap and then she jumps into my lap.
She wants it on her terms.
Apparently.
Well, I don't know if this is... I think it's good news, but I've mentioned a few times how I've been talking to a lot of atheists.
Mhm.
And really, what I'm kind of find is that, I've said this before, a lot of them are looking for something. I don't ever like put the plate in front of them, but I don't know how to word it any better, but it almost just seems like the attitude is, I would, but man, is Christianity all there really is? And
I mean,
yeah,
I
that's
have
kinda
my
sad.
hopes. I have my hopes of a religious revival, but I sometimes think I'm just too hopeful because when it comes down to it, I mean, it's not like any of my friends from high school or any of my friends from college. Well, a couple of my friends from college are now more religious than they were in college, but it's a question. It's a question of generations. It's not. It's a question of generations. It's a question of. I don't think. Well,
It's a question of
this
Jews
is
taking
this,
interest in Gentiles.
that too. But look, maybe this is my heresy. I complain about people not believing in the possibility of the Messiah coming now. And the fact is, I'm not 100% convinced in the possibility of the Messiah coming now either. And maybe I should be.
Maybe you're holding it all up, Jacob.
I am probably holding it up. Yeah, I'm probably am. But I believe in incremental change. We are the last pagan generation in Rome before the Christians took over. Before the Noahites took over, you mean?
I don't know. I'm obviously biased, but I feel very hopeful for Noahides, at least in my area, because man, I don't know. It's like people don't know about. It's like they just don't know about God.
I don't know. I do not know. A crack in the armor. Apparently, we're all too similar. Yep. I'm really bummed at the fact that book never arrived from Kazi. I'm guessing that somebody saw that it was from Israel when it got delivered and assumed that there must be something worth stealing in it and took it and saw it was a book and threw it away.
Or maybe they kept the book and read it.
It's in Hebrew.
Less likely.
not only that, so when Chazi sent me a list of the books that were available, I picked the least likely book that I think Chazi might have considered not even listing it. But it's the book I want to see the most because it's the one that matters. Is the Yanuka's responsa. I want to know what he's saying in terms of halachic questions. Because that's what will change how the Orthodox world, the Orthodox Jewish world actually runs. And I mean, it's funny, somebody was criticizing me. People are constantly criticizing me on a live stream. And they were talking about how I am critical of everybody but the Jews. It's like,
That's funny.
it's like, you don't get it at all. I have given up faith on the Jews completely.
It's funny you
the
mentioned
Jews
that.
I have no faith in whatsoever.
No, for the first time, I was motivated to try to make a video.
Okay.
The impulse to make it was originally something like in your defense of something, but that wasn't the. It ended up being a little bit more than that.
Okay.
But I don't know. I don't want to share too much because if I make the video, you'll just see it.
Okay. There's no reason to defend me personally.
Well, yeah, I know you don't really need defending, but I don't know. I hear all the things you say, and I feel like I understand you pretty well, and so when I see others respond to some of the things you say, it's like, well, yeah, he didn't mean it like that.
Well, I mean, a lot of the people who criticize me, they don't have great contexts. And this is part of the problem. I mean, okay, there are 10 people watching right now, and this video is probably going to be watched by 100 people, maybe more. And a lot of them are only going to listen to a few minutes of it, maybe. And let's say they did listen to all of it, and they listened to large chunks of me speaking. Even when I talk to somebody directly, they can misunderstand me sometimes. And even after the discussion, so for example, like when I was talking to Father Stephen, right?
Yeah.
So he mentioned this idea of a tradition that a prophet is born on the same day, dies on the same day that he was conceived. Apparently Nicaea says that. And I said to him, oh yeah, that is actually something we believe. And I didn't realize, even though he was very clear that he was saying conceived, I thought he was saying born. Because we do have that tradition that a prophet dies on, that Moses at least died, and that people who are especially saintly died on the day they were born. But I wasn't putting two and two together with what he was saying to me. And afterwards, I went and I found in the Talmud where it says that tradition, and I sent him an email, like citing the tradition and stuff. And it is a tradition we've had since before Nicaea, that a prophet is born that a prophet as great as Moses is born on the day that he dies. But that was the two of us having an in-depth discussion, two people speaking about things both of us are knowledgeable about. And he's obviously a very smart person, and I like to think I'm not a dumb person. And yet we still misunderstood each other. Now, think of all the people who come from a very different culture than I do. There have been several times when I've been talking to people, and I just know the vocabulary is so different that we're talking about two very different things. Somebody I was talking to said to me, what were the words he said? So I was talking about I mentioned Talmudic learning, and his response was, yeah, Protestants are not going to accept the Talmud as the authoritative standard for rules and practices. And it was like, oh, you have no clue what the Talmud is. Like, Talmud is a method of hermeneutics. It's a hermeneutic. It's a method of standards and practices. It's not the standards and practices themselves. It's a method. And it was like, oh, am I gonna in text explain this? I can't. And I've explained it on this channel many, many times. And this is somebody who probably has a better understanding of my channel than the vast majority of people. But you're not going to completely get away from the fact that people misunderstand each other constantly. And that's why it's not about my channel becoming a huge channel and thousands of people listening to me. It's about me being part of a structure where we have enough cohesion that we can elevate our collective distributed cognition together.
But you know, and I'm really just throwing this comment out there, but sometimes it seems like you're the only one willing to do that as far as put your ideas out there and to challenge them or to have them challenged.
No, PVK is willing to have his ideas challenged.
PVK yeah.
But that's the thing. He's too large. My dad is somewhat persuaded by anecdotes that God and or demons purposefully make us misunderstand each other. I would definitely say demons definitely sow confusion. I have honestly, like last night, I was thinking of like the weird things that have been happening in the past year, and I was like, it would be so much easier just to doubt my sanity and be like, yeah, you're just thinking things, and just like go back to reality and stop with these delusions of grandeur. Like, you're not gonna you're not seriously gonna affect things. But that was part of my thing. I don't know if you were here when I was reading that message that I wrote to that one Christian guy about getting married.
Oh yeah, I did hear that.
Yeah, it's not about changing the entire world. It's about it's about being a positive influence, and making the world at least a little bit better than it would be if you were not in the world. Hopefully. But yeah, it's cleaning your room and your little corner and
Yeah, I couldn't have guessed I was going to be here not even a year ago. Like, all right before I'm turning 30. It's like,
well, I'm glad. I mean, you're married and you have a kid coming and you have a job that has a good future, and as long as the world doesn't fall apart, it'll be great.
Yeah. No, I think about that. I mean, when I think about the world falling apart, it's mostly, well, there's not much I can do about that. The only thing I really feel motivated by is like, well, my child,
Mm.
and it's funny because I forget if it was like 2 weeks ago, but it was one of those nights I just woke up in the middle of the night, and I just thought about my son who's going to be born, and I just thought about how am I going to raise him, and what kind of community he's going to be around, and how much Torah can I immerse him in. And I was even thinking about problems that I don't even have yet, like say I do go to a synagogue and I'm a part of that, like he's going to be around people who are Jewish and he's not. And so the first thing I decided to do was just start watching the Aleph with Beth videos with my lady. Not saying that was going to be the solution to everything I was thinking about, but
Learning some Hebrew is a good idea.
Yeah.
I don't see how learning Hebrew will do you wrong, but it also, I mean, I don't know if it's gonna fix that problem of, well, I mean, there is that channel, My Noahide Family. She's probably got the best advice, with all the caveats of the problems. No, the thing is, I mean, I recommend her unconditionally, except for the fact that she thinks that her way is the only way. And it's like, no, her way is not the only way. But she seems to have it figured out. Her family is actually doing the Noahide thing the way it's good to do. And she actually found herself a Chabad rabbi who's willing to guide her, and he seems mostly competent.
Say that a certain way.
I mean, unfortunately, yeah, Chabad isn't everything I wish it were, or the Rebbe wished it were, but that's part of the fact that no matter where you go, all the human beings are going to be people.
Yeah. At least that's made clear in the Bible.
Yeah. You just have to accept. Look, it's not difficult for me to accept the fact that I'm human. It's difficult for me to accept that the people I look up to are human. That's what's most difficult, is recognizing, oh, like the people you look up to are human.
Including the Rebbe.
Including the Rebbe. He was also human. Yep. Including the Yanuka even. He's also human.
Yeah.
That's the problem with humans. They're human.
What do you think's gonna happen with Chabad?
I don't know. In my hope, when the Yanuka turns 40, he will decide that on Gimel Tammuz, he's going to, yes, Richard, including Jesus. When he turns 40, he's going to decide that he's going to start having what's called a Farbrengen, which is a Hasidic gathering, like the Rebbe would have on Gimel Tammuz, which is the anniversary of the Rebbe's passing, and he will teach the Rebbe's Torah in ways that will make Chabadniks recognize that he is teaching the Rebbe's Torah, and Chabadniks will recognize that it is not. So the last mimer that the Rebbe left, Atat Tzaveh, and you shall command. So the tradition is that the new Rebbe, on the anniversary of the death of the previous Rebbe, continues with the last mimer that the previous Rebbe taught. And for those Chabadniks, which is most Chabadniks, who still on Gimel Tammuz, which is the anniversary of the Rebbe's passing, learn the last mimer of the Rebbe, Atat Tzaveh, I think the Rebbe did as much as a human being can do to ensure that people understand that you can't be a chassid without a Rebbe. Below 10 tefachim, whatever that means. And one day, hopefully, somebody will have a Farbrengen on Gimel Tammuz, and enough Chassidim will recognize that this person is in fact continuing the teachings of the Rebbe, that we will once again have Lo He Torah Baal Shem Tov. This is the teachings of the Baal Shem Tov. The teachings of the Baal Shem Tov are that you have to have a living Rebbe. There is a tzaddik who is alive in it. Atzmus mahus melubash beguf. But that's not up to me. That's not something I can affect. And the Yanuka isn't having Farbrengens on Gimel Tammuz, even though there are Chabadniks who are paying attention to him. Not enough. If he Farbrenged on Gimel Tammuz and he actually taught Atat Tzave in a way that was a hemshech, like the Rebbe's Bati Lagani was a hemshech of the Frierdiker Rebbe's Bati Lagani, then maybe Chabad will not be a dead Chassidus. But the fact is, exactly like Breslev, Chabad is a dead Chassidus, and there's a lot of Chassidim who are content in having Chabad be a dead Chassidus, and I'm not one of them. I don't know if I translated enough words out of there for that to make any sense.
I think I understand. Something's gotta change. But no, it seems bleak right now.
Yep. This is, where's that quote from Franz Rosenzweig I really like? The expectation of the coming of the Messiah, by which and because of which Judaism lives, would be empty babble if the appearance again and again of a false Messiah did not render it reality and unreality, illusion and disillusion. The false Messiah is as old as the hope for the true Messiah. He is the changing form of this changeless hope. He separates every Jewish generation into those whose faith is strong enough to give themselves up to an illusion, and those whose hope is so strong that they do not allow themselves to be deluded. The former are the better, the latter the stronger. The former bleed as the victims on the altar of the eternity of the people. The latter are the priests who perform the service at this altar. And this goes on until the day when all will be reversed, when the belief of the believers will become truth and the hope of the hope being a lie.
That is a good one.
Franz Rosenzweig. Yeah. I still haven't read that book, Redemption of the... Star of Redemption is the name of it. One day I'll get to some of the books I need to get to. This has been a somber stream.
Well, it's mostly because I'm tired. I have well, at least for when I've been around. I've been doing overnights with electrical the past week. And tonight I have a day off, so I can't exactly go to sleep yet. That's why I'm here. But yeah, no, I'm with no, I have peak optimism these days.
Optimism is good. Od lo avda tikvatenu. Our hope has still not died. Comes from the Israeli national anthem, and those are the only words of the Israeli national anthem that the Rebbe ever quoted.
I mean, part of it is also because I just refuse to let Amalek conquer.
Asher korcha bederech. Yeah. since it's cooled you with its reasons and its rationality on the way.
Definitely doesn't mean I don't have my fears or concerns, but
Ben is going. Well, Ben is in Europe right now, but when he gets back after Passover, he is going to decide what we are going to study next. Atat Tzava might be a good one, though. The Rebbe's last memoir.
sounds good.
Okay, young man, when are you going to bed? Your wife must be wondering why you're not.
She's probably dead asleep. But,
dead asleep?
Very much alive, though.
Good. Very glad to hear your wife is alive.
I don't know how I kept forgetting to mention this, but I guess it'd be perfect now with your somber stream.
Yeah.
But I was gonna say this right after your other stream from a while ago now about God's plans for you, basically. And it's like, well, I mean, for what it's worth, it's like you helped bring me to Judaism.
It's actually been quite amazing, some of the things that I have been witnessing. You being one of them, other Noachides, but no, I mean, honestly, God's been kind to me in a lot of ways. Yeah. The thing is, it's not just that, like, I feel like, oh, God has allowed me to be a vessel, which he has in his kindness, but I feel like I am learning things that I would not be learning without God's grace in the ways he's like. I was always a rationalist. I never thought, like, when people would talk about angels and demons, I didn't think those were things that actually affected us today. In many ways, my understanding of Torah and hopefully God has grown in ways it never could have if I wasn't having the experiences that I'm having now. So, no, honestly, it's I should be more grateful than I am. And less somber.
Well, I've told my lady that this might sound bad, but it definitely is not intended to be bad.
Yeah.
You're like what I consider to be the model flawed human being. It's like we're all flawed, but like you do it really well.
That's that may be the nicest compliment I've gotten yet. Yeah. That's yeah.
I mean, it'll especially make sense when you contrast it with, say, the many people who try to demand their lifestyle be accepted.
Yeah. Well, that's one of the things. So, somebody asked the Rebbe why we don't put a mezuzah at a level where the children can kiss it without having to be held up to touch it.
Mm-hmm.
Because the halacha is that the mezuzah has to be around, it's usually around height, like adult height.
Yeah.
And people will often teach their kids to kiss the mezuzah. And the Rebbe said there's a lesson in that we teach our kids to reach up to the mezuzah, even if you don't bring the mezuzah down to your level. You raise your kid up to the level of the mezuzah. And I guess we just live in a generation where way too many people want to move the mezuzah down to their level.
Yeah. That's really cool, though, by the way. Just something small like that.
Yeah. It's the little symbols. That's the thing with halachas is there's a lot of details, and then when somebody shows you the beautiful lesson in one of those details, it just sometimes blows your mind.
One last thing before I dip out is I was scrolling through some Facebook messages again, and I was just curious when we started chatting, and it was way back in way back. No, it was like July 2019, I think.
Wow.
And there were some things I suggested to you that I think you basically dismissed, but that you're now doing.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh. I'm gonna have to go and try to look those up.
Yeah, I mean, one of them that's off, like I just know off the top of my head, is having a YouTube channel and speaking and having people listen to you.
Huh. 2019, huh?
Yeah. I mean, you definitely made a splash in this little corner, so.
I have made a splash, and honestly, one of the things that so I'll tell you a story. Somebody you don't know had a sort of emergency and came to Los Angeles. And so it's a very similar story to what happened with Dominic, but it's a different story.
Mm-hmm.
And so he messaged me and we met up. And because of a lot of weird things, I ended up asking about very, very intimate details about his relationship with his wife, and sticking my nose where it definitely did not belong. And having a conversation I never imagined having. It's so funny. It was in, and we started praying inside the In-N-Out, and I was holding his hand, and one of the waiters came to clean the room, clean, and he
Yeah.
saw us, and it was like very obvious he thought we were a couple. It was the most hilarious thing. And he said to me, okay, I don't know how I'm going to tell this stuff to my wife, but I guess I'm going to have to explain this stuff to my wife. And he went and he talked to his wife, and he came back and he said, he didn't come back. I mean, we've been corresponding. And he said, the morning we talked, my wife had a feeling that maybe we should have another kid. And she had prayed for God, if that's what he wanted, for him to also put that idea into my head. So when I came back and started talking to, when he came back and started talking to her, she was like, she felt like it was a miracle.
Yeah.
And so they're likely going to have a kid. And if that happens, that's which, I mean, may God bless them with all manner of good. That's one good thing I did in my life.
At least one.
At least one. Yeah. Richard says, it would have been funny if the waiter saw you two as a couple, then heard him say he didn't know how he is.
Yeah, I was just thinking that.
That's why it was so funny. Like, we were sitting there and we were praying, and like, I think both of us, I had my eyes closed, and I was holding his hand, and the waiter came and like to clear away the tray and like disturbed us, and we looked at him and he looked at us. It was the funniest thing because I could tell he thought that like we were having an intimate moment, and it's like only in Los Angeles would you imagine that that's what was going on. But like, yeah. So.
Well, you gave them a good story, so.
Yeah. Oh, I couldn't even tell the details of this story.
Yeah.
It was the strangest. And this sheet of paper had more to do with it than you can understand.
God only knows.
God only knows. Yeah. Yeah.
And on that note,
Good night.
end somber stream.
Oh no, Chezi's coming on. Chezi's coming on after you go.
All right.
And I think I'm gonna explain this sheet of paper to people if anybody's listening. Good night, Antonio.
Good night. Nice chatting.
Good night. הנה מבואר בספר הכוונות שמשה הרג את המצרי בשם שמיני של 72. It is explained in the Sefer named Kavanot, which I believe is of Rabbi Chaim Vital, that Moses killed the Egyptian with the 8th name of the 72 names. Vehu Mavur bepasuk, and that is the one that is explained in the verse. Exodus 2:13. Vayomar l'rasha lama takeh re'echa. That he said to that evil man, why do you hit your neighbor? Bemilat takeh nirmaz shemze, and the word takeh, to hit, why do you hit, is where is hinted this name. Shehu yotzem pasuk kol haneshama tehalel, that comes from the verse in Psalm 150, verse 6. Every soul will praise. So the first three letters are Chaf, Hey, and Taf. Rosh Tevot Kahat, which is the same letters as Takeh, as you hit. V'ledati shehutzrach lahakot et hamitzri b'shem zeh. And as I understand it, the reason why he needed to strike the Egyptian with that name, Lafi shekatuv b'divrei ha'arizal, because it is written in the words of Rabbi Isaac Luria of blessed memory, sheyesh lekaven besof hatefila kodem aleinu l'shabeach, that it is necessary to have an intention at the end of our prayers before saying aleinu l'shabeach. Kishaomer v'yivtechu becha yodei shemecha, when he says, and those who know your name will trust in you. Ki lo azavta dorshecha Hashem, because you have not abandoned those who seek you, God. Psalm 9:11. Sof tevot kahat, that the final letters of Azavta Dorshecha Hashem are kahat. V'hamechuvan bezeh Hashem, and that which is intended in this name. Nitzol be'oto yom ma'adamra, is that through this name for the day, that person will be saved from Adam Ra, literally evil man. V'lafi shezeh hamitzri haya melubash besamechna ubat zugo, and since that Egyptian was a garment of the Samech Mem and his companion, Kedeita Baraya Mehemna, like is explained in Raya Mehemna, which is Zohar 2, chapter 114, Amud Bet, second folio page. Shekol haklipot hayu melubashim be'oto mitzri, that all of the husks were enclosed in that man, in that Egyptian man. Nimtza sheharag Moshe et hamitzri, we see that Moses killed that Egyptian, Shahaya Adam Ra, who was an evil man, Melubashbo, that had enclosed itself in him. Hutzrach lahazkir Shem zeh, it was necessary for him to bring up this name, shekocho lehinatzel me'adam ra, that it has the power to save from evil men. V'lachen ba Moshe ata likanes le'eretz Israel, and so when Moses now comes to coming in, I think he's talking about his desire to come into the land of Israel. Lahatzil et Israel me'adam ra, to save Israel from the evil man. Belial, if you know that word, usually gets translated as without yoke, Y-O-K-E. She'omed aleinu l'chalotenu, that he stands against us to destroy us. B'chol dor v'dor, in every generation. V'lada'ati zehu hasod sheshalcha Esther hamalka et Hatach, and that's why we see in the book of Esther, chapter 4, verse 5, that Esther sends the man Hatach, the Amru beperek kama de Megillah, and as is explained in the Talmud, in the first chapter of Megillah, page 15a, Lama nikrat shamo Hatach, why was his name called Hatach? Lefi shekol divrei malchut nitchakim al piv, because all of the words of the kingdom, nechtachim, they were cut up based on what he said. Raza Damila Esther, Rata Bakum Aleinu Adamra. And the secret of the matter is that Esther saw that Adam Ra was standing against us. Belial. Did I skip a line? Adam Ra Belial, yeah. Belial. Psalm 124, verse 2. Shehu Haman, that is Haman, Haman. Tzrichim anu lehinatzel min Adam Ra bezeh Hashem. That we are saved from the evil man through this name. Shehu Hatach, that is Hey Taf Chaf. Betzuruf Atvan. So Haman is Hatach when you use a particular gematria called Atban. Ki sod Esther hi malchut shehi hashchina, because Esther represents malchut, which is the Holy Spirit. Besod v'tilbash Esther malchut, like it says in Esther chapter 5, verse 1, that Esther wore the kingship. Umardechai hu Raza de Tzaddik, and Mordechai represents Yesod, Tzaddik. V'zeh Hashem hu ikar oker umafrid Hasitra Achra, and this particular name uproots and takes apart the other side, Shemakatzets Bein Train Dodim, which is what gets in the way of the two lovers. Zehu hasod shekol divrei malchut nichtachin al pi. And this is the secret mystery that all the words of malchut, of kingship, are cut on according to his saying. Malchut daika, specifically malchut. Legaresh mishem Adam Ra. Yes, to divorce from Adam Ra. Yes. How you doing, Chazi?
What's going on? I'm good, thank God. What are you doing here right now?
I am reading from a piece of paper that miraculously ended up. Did you hear the story I told about the guy who ended up in Los Angeles and his wife?
No, I just saw for a second that you were live. I'm on the job site, and now I'm going to be driving for a while. And then I was like surprised to see that you are live. So no, I did not hear any story.
So let me tell the story again for a second time.
Okay.
And this time I'll tell it with more perush. So this is this person you don't know, and this is not the first time that this has happened.
Okay.
By a weird emergency, ended up in Los Angeles, and so he contacted me and he said, "Hey, why don't we meet up?" And I went, "Okay, we'll meet up." And it was Motzei Yom Tov of Purim. So I am leaving. So every year on Purim, I go to Rabbi Davidi's house, and as he gets a call.
I'm not taking calls. I canceled. I'm with you. Sorry.
So every Purim, every year, I go to Rabbi Davidi, who's one of the rabbis who's I've been close to for many years.
Right.
He is one of the most prominent rabbis in Los Angeles.
The Mavusha wine.
Yeah, exactly. He's the one with the Mavusha wine. Yes.
Which I disagree. I agree with her, but all good. Go on.
Yeah, his wife was like, yeah, yeah.
Go on.
His father circumcised me, and was Masader Kedushin at my parents' wedding. So I'm there, and I'm leaving there to at the end of their Sauda to go pick this guy up. Go meet this guy at LAX, and this paper comes up, and Rabbi Davidi's Seder is where I happened to one time read that Kabbalistic text that I've spoken about.
Okay.
Anyway, so I decided to ask Rabbi Davidi for this paper, and I'm learning this paper, and certain other things happened, and I'm meeting up with this guy, and
the guy that wrote the paper?
No. The guy who came into Los Angeles.
Okay.
Who's not Jewish.
Uh-huh.
And we start talking, and all this symbolism comes to me, and I didn't know what to do, but like a lot of Kabbalistic symbolism came to me. And did I tell you the story about the toenail?
No.
Okay. So this other time, I'm talking to somebody, and I became absolutely convinced that there was a Shin Daled that was affecting him. And I go home, and I can't sleep, and I open up my computer, and I start looking into the
One second,
Kitvei
Jacob.
Arizal.
You're come on. All right, can you hear me?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Okay, so you were telling me, did I ever tell you the story about it? And then you started recording.
Okay. Story about the toenail?
The toenail or Antonio?
No, toenail.
No, I did not
Okay.
hear.
So I meet up with this guy, and I become convinced that he is being bothered by a Shin Daled.
Okay.
And I go home, and I don't know what to do about it. And so I start digging into the Kitvei Arizal.
Yeah.
Things that I don't understand at all, but I figure I'm like, nobody else is going to look into this stuff for him, so why don't I just try to learn something?
Okay.
And I'm reading, I don't know how I got there, but I'm reading something from Reb Chaim Vital, and he starts talking about toenails. And I start doubting whether my Hebrew is good enough, if I'm misunderstanding what it's writing. I'm like, why is he talking about toenails? He's talking about how important it is that you have to be kotzetz, the Shin Daled, from the toenail, because that's where it's yonek, right?
Well, that's why Shlomo Melech in the Midrash, they tell him to, when Ashmedai takes over, they tell him to check his feet to see if they're still like a chicken, because when it's connected to the floor, that's the one place they can't transform, because it's still, that's the source.
Okay, so I don't understand this, and I go, you know what? This is a sign that I don't know enough about this stuff. I should just stop looking into stuff like this and know my place. And the next day, I meet up with the guy, and we're talking. And as we're talking, he says, and I almost died for the most stupid reason. Like, what? He said, yeah, I almost died, and it was just so dumb. I'm like, what happened?
Toenail.
No. So his toenail ripped off, and he didn't want to bother with it. He didn't think, he thought it would get better by itself. He wasn't doing anything. And his mom saw him limping and told him, you have to go to the doctor to see it. And he didn't want to go, but she made him go. And he went to the doctor, and they immediately hospitalized him and started pumping him full of antibiotics, because sepsis had set in, and they told him if he had waited until the morning, he would have been dead. Yeah.
So you took this as a sign. Well, I'm looking at toenails.
Waiting for Chazi to get back. I wonder how long Chazi's going to be. Where was I in this? Well, that's just how I speak. You're back.
I'm back. Again, it's just if I could show you, looking at the mountains of, so I'm not. I'm very desert-like right now. Okay, so you look at the symbolism and you tell yourself like, there's something here, another layer over here that we've exposed.
Well, I mean, I start thinking that maybe I should just stop thinking so much and just trust things a little bit more. So anyway, so back to the story with the guy who came to Los Angeles.
Yeah.
So it's Motzei Purim. I have this piece of paper in front of me. This guy is talking to me, and I see that he has bandages on his fingernails. 3 of his fingernails. And so I'm like, okay, I'm not gonna not pay attention. So I start asking him, and I start thinking about what I know about the Sfirot and nails and whatever, and I have this strong suspicion that there's something going on because of Chachma and Zera and stuff, and I start asking him questions that I probably shouldn't ask of a married man, and we get into details and find out certain things that maybe even for a even for a Noachide, not Kedai, that he should be doing. And so we have a little discussion, and I tell him, halachically, maybe you should change how you're doing things. And he says, I don't know how I'm going to talk to my wife about this, but I'm going to talk to my wife about this. So he talks to his wife about it, and he then tells me, yeah, that morning before we spoke, my wife was praying, and she had this feeling that God was telling her that we should have another kid. And in her prayer, she said, God, if you want us to have another kid, then you have to let my husband know. And so he goes back and he's having discussions with her. And so now they've decided that they're going to have another kid. And so what I was telling Antonio was, well, if they do have another kid, at least I've done one good thing in my life. We've lost Chazi again. It was not meant to be.
If they, Jacob?
Yes.
If they do have another kid, then what?
Then at least I've done one good thing in my life.
I think you've done more than one good thing in your life, but okay, so.
Amen.
So you were talking to him, and again, this is also around fingernails.
Yeah.
Well, the fingernails, unlike the toenails, have more of a connotation to like Adam Arishon. We're saying Havdalah after Shabbos. Our whole body was covered in this shell, if I recall correctly.
I told him exactly. In fact, I told him that exactly when we were talking. Yes. Yeah.
See, it's not only that. Like you could be finding yourself in the most random situation, and the universal, everlasting Torah always has what to say about things.
It does.
For sure. I had a conversation with Cassidy. I don't know when she'll drop it, but I couldn't help but end up, I apologize. I told her I'm sorry if I'm using like biblical examples. I just said that's like how I look at these things.
Yeah.
But okay, Beseder, I hear you. I saw a little of your conversation on the Discord. Wow, I'm like deep in Arab town over here right now. Why did it take me through here? I saw you were talking on the Discord about who wrote the Torah, Moshe, Rabbi Maled, getting upset. I was on that little chat also when he was like, I don't know, got upset. He was like commenting about it. But I don't know. It's not. I don't know if you ever read it. Like I sent this thing about my grandfather writing once about who wrote the Torah.
Yes, I did.
Right. So his attitude, it's still all happening under Moshe. It's just, the timing, how it's being written, and when these things are being assembled. But even my grandfather mentions the fact that Moshe must be aware of like some ancient stories that like the Israelites are coming with. And there's like something, the Levites have something written down, and that relates to the Megillot of like, is he, and that's also a question, is Moses being a scribe and very articulate, is he aware of the cultures around, and is he appropriating and creating this new version due to his divine understanding, right? So God is not telling Moses, write Tehom and write this word and write that word, more that Moshe's writing and God is saying like, yeah, I'm good with that. That's all good. I'm giving it my certificate of divinity. And as far as people are concerned, once like I'm co-authoring it with you, so it's all good. Or is it no? Hashem said use this word, and the ramification to that would be, let's say Hashem says, listen, Hashem, I'm going to use the word tehom for X, Y reason, and I want to appropriate this thing, so I'm going to write it this way. And God says, okay. The question then is Rabbi Akiva really looking at those letters now and deriving meaning from them, or is it like, yo, chill, bro? It's just Moshe wrote this for this reason, and while it's divine, you can't dig deep into that letter shape because that's due to cultural circumstances.
Well, I mean, of course you can dig deep into the letter shape. The tagin and the... See, this is the thing. It's like, I dislike the very literalist way that Judaism has started to look at the Torah in the similar way as, I mean, you can call it modernism, you can call it whatever you want, but like, I think the Torah true way of understanding the Torah is everything was given at Moshe to Moshe at Sinai. And
what is that? What is everything? I'm going to be annoying about this, so 1 second. Let's take a step back and assume, right, we're looking at biblical criticism and we're saying like, okay, even though there's been versions, there have been rabbis in Judaism that have tried to work alongside that, the attitude to be like, listen, the Germans, what do they know? The nonsense they're saying about like how these narratives can't be all the same and the writers are all the same. I'm pushing that aside. You know what I'm saying? Like, forget that. Moshe's
Okay. My question to you.
Yeah.
If Moshe Rabbeinu, for the entirety of his 120 years of life, had a GoPro on his forehead that actually every single second, right?
Yeah.
Recorded every single thing that it could on his forehead, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Would would that match up with the Torah?
I don't think so.
No, of course it wouldn't. It's a
Okay.
silly idea.
Right? Okay. So then this goes back to, let's say, right, that I'm accepting Moshe's a real dude. More than that, Moshe's a real dude that's having a real divine experience. Okay?
More than that. Moshe's a real dude who's having a real divine experience and is actually doing miracles that are in fact magical and incredible, and splitting the Red Sea and bringing manna and
all this is yes. All this is yes. Then there would still be a question of, then, even if you accept that narrative, how much was, because there are shitas that say, like the Kohanim, when they were playing around with the text, Moshe was a lot more prophetic like, and the code writer, Moshe the codifier, that's like added on later. But let's say Moshe's, it's the whole deal. Is Moshe, Hashem is telling Moshe, your mom put you into a teva. This is what the basket was made out of. This is the terms they use. Your mom then used, and not your mom, the queen of Egypt, the daughter of Pharaoh, decided to use a Hebrew word, but the translation was Egyptian. Okay. Or
you're pushing it back into a modernist frame.
But why can't it be both? Why can't a modernist frame accept the fact that Moshe wrote all these things, but Moshe being a scribe has, like I said,
because I don't care. I don't care. I see no relevance.
What's that? No. Okay, so here, this is where the relevance would come. I agree with you, and I've gone further than that. I would come and say, listen, it doesn't matter to me if you end up pointing out to me that, you know what, I won't say this. Let's just say I'm with you that there's no relevance with regards to, like, did Moshe exist? And let's say he did, and let's say this is the narrative I believe. The question would be that if I am someone that's saying maybe Moshe had license, right, to play around with the text, you
want license to play around the text?
No. I'm saying Rabbi Akiva's interpretation then of these terms, there's a question of, like, is he interpreting, is it once removed?
You're such a kofar. You're such a kofar. It's amazing how much of a kofar you are. Okay, there is a Kadosh Baruch Hu who's agentic. Hashem has a ratzon which is melubash in the Torah. Why can you not understand this?
1 second, I'm with you. Fine. Even that's true. So you want to come and say, listen, Chazi, the Torah, it being divine, written by Moshe, is like a divine matrix, right? And if you study enough and if you are enlightened enough, you will be able to see God's code through that. And then my question to you also then is, okay, even if that's true, is Moshe, as the guy that is writing this code, is it all divine code, or is it is generally divine with it's still like, he's putting in his own words for them to mean a certain thing? Like, are we going to use any term, like you just said, if you use the GoPro, right? And if the GoPro wouldn't line up 1-to-1, and if the answer is it doesn't line up 1-to-1, that doesn't change the fact that we have all our history. That would change the fact that if one of those things that you think was recorded really wasn't recorded, and based on that we have a whole religious tradition, then one would ask, why do you have a religious tradition based on something that actually didn't happen? At the very least,
hold on. Let's go back to Rashi and the second Rashi on Bereshit. Did you read the second Rashi on Bereshit?
Which you were saying, like, that would be more heretical than saying that Moshe. So yes, I'm aware of the second
that there was literal water on the first day before there was light is more heretical than to say there was no Moshe.
But I have no problem playing around with the idea, saying, yeah, Moses is using allegorical terms over here, metaphorical terms over here.
Why
so it's
Moses?
all fair game.
Why Moses? HaKadosh Baruch Hu is using.
Yes, HaKadosh Baruch Hu. I thought Moshe was writing this. You mean Moshe, Hashem is dictating to Moshe. So then we're back to the same thing. He's dictating to Moshe about Moshe dying.
What? Yeah, yes. Shechina medaberet mitoch grono.
Right. I mean, but then the sages deal with this. He didn't write the last few letters. He only wrote Hidbook and Sefer Bilam, the Megillot. So now Moshe is writing this as in the Levites are coming with no, and the Israelites are coming with no tradition. They're not aware of anything. They don't know any stories from Moshe. From Yaakov, Yitzchak.
Okay, you are completely missing the point I'm trying to make. And Richard,
Perhaps.
Go to bed. You can watch this later. It's 2 a.m. HaKadosh Baruch Hu,
who we love,
is megale his ratzon through the Torah.
Again?
HaKadosh Baruch Hu is megale his ratzon through the Torah.
Or hopefully through the methods we have of understanding his Torah. Hence it could be endless, right? So I could find a verse that has a tremendous amount of meaning to the Israelites, and then potentially could have endless amount of meaning. Even today, I could still dig into that and find meaning that's relevant to things today, even though it's not talking about those exact things.
Of course.
Right? So then if I lock it down in code and say this verse means this thing, then I'm not. Okay.
If you say this verse means only this thing, and there's
Right.
no shivim panim laTorah, you're obviously. I mean, that's kavira in Judaism.
We're getting there. So correct. I agree that if that's the case, right? So the fact that Rabbi Akiva was looking at every kotz v'kotz, would the explanation, maybe not to a child, but between us would be that Rabbi Akiva was aware of the fact that due to the divine / mysterious his understanding of what the Torah means, and the famous midrash of Moshe sitting in his study hall and understanding him, was Rabbi Akiva himself, just like Moshe did, has license to play around with his terminologies and continue digging deeper and wider to understand what these things mean. So much so that even
No. See, there's no license there. There's no
I'm sorry,
license
that last
there. There's only bittul. There's no license there. There's only bittul. Because Rabbi Akiva's capacity to be Dorish the Kotzen comes from a bittul to HaKadosh Baruch Hu and the Torah.
Redefine, re-explain in a different, use different terminology, if you don't mind.
Okay, so if I go into looking the Torah, trying to find what I want women to be rabbis.
No, okay, I got you. So I'm taking a step back. He's writing something, and the Midrash tells us Moshe looks and says, I think it says Tashkoho, right? Or Tashashkoho. Right? Why? Because he didn't know what he was flipping talking about, right? Why does he not know? Why?
He doesn't know because he didn't have that was not revealed to him.
Okay, so perhaps what I know now maybe just wasn't revealed to Rabbi Akiva, and by me is a placeholder to someone that's a lot more qualified than me.
Chezi, how is this different from what every posek does every time he is as a Chiddush Torah?
One second. Yes, but so I'm fine saying that for halachic purposes, right? If you want to create a change, the default is that these things have been written in stone and they like this is like Hashem's flaming fire burning through the rock, and every single one of these words is burnt in Hashem's fire, and there is a reason and a time and a place for that understanding. However, when Rabbi wants to start to see how can I, together with God, like we did as a community, and create an Eruv, right? How do I do this in today's day and age? Then I could be armed with the fact that even Moshe had license to play around with stuff, which Hashem.
No, he had zero license. See,
Okay,
this is
so
the problem. This is the problem, Chezi. Every rabbi has to do Et Lasod Lashem, Heferet Toratecha.
But then it's not Heferet Toratecha.
What?
The second you frame it in Et Lasod Lashem, Heferet Toratecha, it is no longer Heferet Toratecha. It is then the only mitzvah you could do. It is keeping the Torah. Okay, so Moshe writing what he writes.
There's no license here. There's zero license here.
So you would disagree, which is fine, with my grandfather, correct?
I'm guessing.
Yeah. So his attitude is, right? So Moshe is taking Levites. Come over to me for a second. Now give me these, you guys have your own Masorah, which I came from as well. What is this Masorah? Because my great-grandfather is Levi already, from Moshe.
Right.
My great-grandfather, I think, is Levi. Or grandfather. No, great-grandfather. So what does he know? What does he know about this El Shaddai guy? What does he know? Because Hashem tells him, Elohei Avraham, Elohei Yitzchak, Elohei Yaakov, right? Elohei Avicha. And he's like, yeah, I know what you're talking about. So now, when Moshe is writing his Sefer, right, which Hashem says, Mecheni na mesifrecha, there's this book he's writing, Moshe starts writing Shmot. So up until Shmot, right, Hashem is sitting down and telling him, and then Lavan did this, and then Lavan did that, and then he went over here. Or Hashem, I'm asking you a question right now, we're playing around. Moshe is sitting in Har Sinai, and he puts on.
I have no idea why you care about these propositions.
My point being, because if we could accept the fact that, and you'll say it's heresy, I'm saying it allows you a lot more flexibility.
I don't want to be allowed any flexibility. I
desire
zero flexibility.
Why? But maybe God is giving you that. That's my whole point. My whole point is nullifying yourself. The flexibility that Rabbi Akiva has to say what he says, it's that kind of flexibility. You know what? I don't understand what this pasuk means. Who told Rabbi Akiva?
It's the Yeshus.
1 second.
It's all about the Yeshus.
Jacob.
What you're not understanding is Yeshus versus Bittul.
Who gave, right, Rabbi Akiva the authority to decide to interpret the shape of the letter?
Who told him authority? Nobody gave him authority to. He has the chiyuv. He has the chiyuv.
No, but
to interpret
why?
The Torah. It's a chiyuv. There's no reshus here.
Okay, so wait. Why? Okay, so we'll use your framing. Moshe had a chiyuv, right, to interpret what he. Right? Okay. So in his chiyuv, in his mindset, which is divine, he says, okay, well, Hashem, you told me to write this down. Okay. The best way, I think, to write this down, and I'm doing this because you, Hashem, has told me that I'm the ghostwriter. I'm the guy writing this down, and you're going to give me the final okay. So in my notes, I'm going to say right now that I understood from my forefathers that this guy, Noach, did this. I'm also aware of the Gilgamesh stories. I'm aware of all that. I'm going to frame it this way because this is what is going to be the most productive for the future generations. And then I'm asking you, right? Is Moshe saying, I'm also going to use this letter because Rabbi Akiva is going to realize the truth in it? Is Hashem saying, oh, Moshe, you don't even know this yet, but you're so correct with how you're writing this that you don't even know that even the shape of the letters themselves are divine.
Yes, Moshe had no idea what he was writing.
Again, you could.
And Andrew brings up a very good point. How can you say there's no
I
freedom
can't see that
without
right
God? I am reading it. How can you say there's no freedom without God, and also Moses had no license? It's the same paradox. It's not a paradox because it's cherut al halichot. What does cherut al halichot mean? It means etched in the tablets.
But still,
It also means freedom is in the tablets, because the freedom that we have is to be servants of God.
yeah,
That
but
is
Jacob,
the freedom we have, is to be servants of God.
but the whole Torah is not written on the Luchot, though, right? We know that, right? All the 5 books are not written
You
on the
are
tablets.
so modern.
Do you think it was written on the tablets that Moshe is going to break the first tablets? Maybe you should have read that line before he throws them on the floor. One second.
Maybe you should stop with the modern framing and recognize that the Torah is beyond your capacity to understand it.
But it could be beyond my capacity to understand that while also accepting the fact that it's okay that not all of it was written by all of it, I mean not every single word was written on those tablets.
Chezi, again, you're falling into a modernist frame that is ultimately the same kafira as saying there was actual water on the first day.
No, why? I'm not saying that. I'm saying
you are, because you're saying what matters is what letters were on the actual tablets that he was holding, and whether they were exactly this shape, and what the GoPro, what picture the GoPro would have taken, and that's not what it's about.
But we're speaking past each other, because I'm telling you, I agree with you. But for me to get to that point where I feel like it's not about whether it was water or not, or it's not about the shape of the letter, to me also means, and it's okay if he didn't write every one of those words. Both are true.
Why?
Because if you're saying the one thing we have to accept as fact is that he wrote every single one of those words. However,
I never said that.
So what are we arguing about, my love?
We're arguing over the fact that you keep on worrying about whether or not he wrote every single word or not.
I keep on worried about what? Whether or not what?
Whether or not he wrote every single word or not.
We're playing around with that idea. You and I, okay? I didn't say, like, obviously some of the things we're discussing here, I'm sure you would have even a harder time with. But, and forget, I don't know where he stands about, the rest of the canon, right? Like, Yeshayahu, like all that. Forget going even into that land, or like how miraculously Sefer Daniel was even accepted by the rabbis. But even the 5 books, my only point is that I think it's all divinely inspired, and that term should be enough to, maybe I'm just saying, like, if someone is in a theological playground and he's saying, like, okay, if I stick to the fact that an extreme would be Moshe knew, our forefathers, Avraham, Yitzchak, and Yaakov, were aware of all the Torah, and Moshe...
Yes, they were.
No. So one second.
Yes, they were.
I'm trying, okay, I'm not trying to be sound annoying, I guess. I'm assuming you mean they were aware of all the essence of the Torah. However, they were not aware of the text that we call Torah.
The Midrash says that how did the Avot put on tefillin? How did the Avot? How did Yitzchak put on tefillin? What does the Midrash say? By digging wells.
Okay, good. So you're answering me right now. You're saying again, the
I'm
forefathers.
answering you with the midrash. So this
Yes,
is the
and the midrash.
Chazi.
Yes.
What you're doing is you're falling into Sam Harris's trap. What I tell Sam Harris is that the God you don't believe in, I never believed in. Whereas you sit there and you argue with him about his God.
Now, I would want to tell. It's good that you're using this. Okay, I want to go to Sam Harris and tell him that Shmuel probably, right? I'm like, Shmuel, listen. The God you're talking about, right? Like, I'll use that example of phylactery. You're like, you guys are ridiculous, right? You're telling me that the forefathers were phylacteries, and that doesn't work out with the chronology because, like, it's given after. And I'm saying,
how could it possibly say Shema Yisrael in Chazi? How could it possibly say Shema Yisrael in Yitzchak's tefillin?
Correct. It can.
How is that possible?
That's why. So I would tell Sam Harris, when we say that the forefathers did this, right? And if you're talking to Sam Harris, not a child, you'd say it means that those values and that connection to God was done through a different method, but ultimately still coming from the same source. But we call it tefillin, right? And we're saying they did that as well. We mean they were achieving those levels of connection, correct? Like, as in they weren't doing.
But Chazi, do you understand how? But I do, except for one thing. The way you frame it, frame it makes traditional people very uncomfortable.
Oh, for sure.
Whereas the way I frame it, even though we're saying essentially the same things, is I quote the midrash. I am not moving away from Judaism.
So
whereas you are.
So I will argue, and I think it's good that we're sharpening our point and it's becoming more clear. Okay. So yes, we are both coming to the same conclusion. However, I am saying, and again, I'm sort of like ripping off the veil, right, of, let's say, of quote unquote myth, and trying to show you, I'm using modern day jargon, and you're saying, why are you doing that, right? And by the way, I'm totally with you, and I'm saying this often, that this is clearly not a conversation to have with a child, and I understand that. But a big part of even like my involvement in this little corner and my own qualms with my religion is that, and this relates to AI, I think as the society changes and technology changes, you are going to be forced to start framing these things in this way, because what you're saying, Jacob, is like, listen, lucky me, Jacob, I'm framed with the fact that I could use a jargon like Chazi. Really, they're digging wells, and Chazi knows that digging wells really means da 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 da. But you have plenty of Jews out there that are sure that no, our forefather, right, he wore phylacteries. And I'm saying that if their belief is built on concepts like that, it will be world shattering for them when they realize, no, that's not exactly what it meant. And
Chazi,
yes,
have you read the Hakdama to Perek Chelek of Rambam?
Of the Rambam, yes.
What does he say? What does he spend a very long time explaining? That when you start a child learning Torah, you tell him, if you learn your Aleph Beis, I'll give you candy. And then you'll say, I'll give you a coin. And
Jacob,
then you say,
Jacob, if we're playing with AI and nuclear missiles, like, should we still be talking to society in that way? And I know it's not easy. I don't have an answer of like, this is like how we make that shift. But this is also part of the conversations I have with rabbis. A lot. Michael, I'm asking you a question. Is Rabbi Malott, like, do you think, can he admit, forget like publicly, to us or to himself that that's the reality? That no, it doesn't mean this. It doesn't physically mean that. It doesn't mean that actually word. Or is he going to be too bogged down being like, no, it means that the Avos did this exactly? Or do you think he could be like, yes, I understand it doesn't mean they put on tefillin? What do you think he thinks?
Honestly,
And-
I
yeah.
don't know. I really don't know.
So I think it's
And I'll say the same thing that I think the Mishnah says. There's a chitzonius to the Torah, and there's a panemius in the Torah, and the panemius of the Torah is what each person understands according to their seichel, and the chitzonius of the Torah is the chitzonius of the Torah.
Yeah, but so I hope this example works. Okay, so in Google, right, when there was the first Google code, like Google search, most people in Google knew how to tinker with that code. At this point in Google, if you wanted to tinker with the fundamental code, most people in the company don't know how to do that. They're not aware of that code. They're doing code that's a lot more advanced at this point, but they can't. It's much, much more difficult to get under the hood right now and play with that first code. And I'm saying that, like, if you are building all these stuff on top of it, and then you're going to end up being lost, not even realizing how you connect the original code to where you are right now, then you're going to be left in a very awkward situation. Now,
And this is the problem with the fact that you have zero emunah.
I have zero emunah? Why do I have zero emunah? I'm living in Israel, baby.
You have zero emunah because you need to tinker with the code as opposed to having some bitachon in Devar Hashem that you understand what you understand, and having some people and some bittul, and not so much deciding, I get to decide what the Torah should do.
First of all, I don't decide, and I make it very clear. Second of all, ulai le'et hazot higat lamalchut, and by that, and ulai at le'et hazot higat lamalchut, whether it's this channel, this little corner, the conversation in large, like Rambam comfortably in the Mishnah Torah says, I'm not going to give you the details of which philosopher I'm getting this information from. Just know that I did the research, I did my due diligence, and I'm giving it to you distilled. And that's how he snuck in, right? The Greek world into Judaism. By hook or by crook, all Haredim, all Satmar people, anyone that plays with the Rambam is already playing with Greek ideas, whether they like it or not. Later on, in his, 20 years later, he decides to be more explicit about it, and he gets like people saying, no, this is nonsense. When in fact, like, you don't want to grab a Haredi person and be like, no, look at this text and realize, I want you to say it out loud. I have accepted Greek text into my method. Say it, understand it. I need your kids to understand it. Because as we develop now, and you want to make sure your Torah, which is universal and eternal, is still relevant. Right? If you want to make sure it's still relevant, like you just said, we can't write it down. But now I realize I need to charge for it, and now I realize I need to talk about it with. As I realize those things, I start getting closer to the truth and closer to Hashem, and I start peeling off these klipot. But if I am insistent that it was written in this language, these words, this is what the terminology means, then I need to feel embarrassed, and you could be like, well, it's not enough emunah. As an institution, we need to feel like, how are we?
Do you know what you remind me of? You remind me of a gay pride parade. You remind me of a gay pride parade. Because
why?
You're marching down the street. Because you're marching down the street saying, acknowledge me. I need you to acknowledge me. I need you to acknowledge
How-
my existence. I
how
need
am I-
you to use
where
my
am I-
pronouns. You're demanding they use your pronouns. That's what you're doing.
Where am I once saying, see me? I'm doing this for me when I'm saying this conversation, right? My conversation is for, I have no doubt or crack in my relationship with Hashem. My conversation is for the people, for the future of Judaism. That's my conversation. My conversation is because
God will take care of the future of Judaism. That's it. Don't worry about it.
One second, Jacob. So you're saying, why didn't someone just not tell that to like Yavne and Chachameh? Just say like, relax, Hashem will take care of it. You don't have to go, right? And by the way, more than that, like Lech Lecha. Why? What if Avram says like F off? No, I'm not. Right? It requires us to do things.
Oh, okay. There are chiyuvim that are chiyuvim from the Torah. Yes, that require us to do things. But I don't see. I mean, like et lasod lashem. But I don't see that you're like, no, I need Satmar to understand, to tell me that, yes, I have Greek philosophy in my Torah.
I need them to say that, and I'll explain. Let me explain why. I need them to say that because the future generation of Satmar, which I want them to be integrated with me, and by integrated with me, that doesn't mean I want them to be like me. There's 12 tribes. I'm all fine with that. I want us to be speaking a language which is generally cohesive. And I want to make sure that their son, right, of the Satmar Chassid, who decides as part of his journey to read Aristotle, doesn't have to feel that he is reading a heretical books or is he spitting in God's face. Instead, I want him to feel, wow, how amazing that God's glory also manifests here. How amazing that Maimonides incorporated this as well. How amazing that I now could do this too. And not feel embarrassed to come home to my family and have them look down at me. Instead, look at me with pride and being, way to go, that you are looking and identifying the divine sparks in all these things. What is that, my son? You've managed to write some sort of a new quantum equation that also relates to God. Fan-flippantastic. And not feel like he is now off the reservation or not connected. And the only way they feel comfortable doing that is if I point out to them, guess what? When we said that the patriarchs also kept the 610 commandments, we didn't mean physically, because that would be crazy. Even our sages meant that they understood that essence, and they were so deep and so divine that even when they were digging wells, they were really channeling this thing that today we use in this level of technology. And maybe when Messiah comes, even the way we do things today will still look different. And it won't mean heresy. It will just mean that we are getting closer to being blinded and then seeing again through God's glory. And to not be scared by that. And if you have that at least in your toolkit, that doesn't mean you have to jump to that every second. But that does mean that it allows more flexibility for people to have a conversation, people to speak beyond divides between them. Otherwise, you are just creating people locking themselves in a exile tradition.
Chazi, this is a gay pride parade with assless chaps. That's what it is. Assless chaps, and you demand that everybody has to walk around half naked. Everybody has to look behind.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how terrible is this depiction?
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so maybe
what number?
100.
On a scale of 1 to 10, that's 100 charitable?
No. I thought you said terrible.
Charitable. Charity. How gracious are you being right now, Jacob?
Neutrino, we're having a discussion here.
I apologize. I'll go back on mute.
No, Neutrino, please stay. And to be fair, Jacob was just mad. He says it with love, and I take it with jest. Yes, he's making an extreme point, but I fail to see how you think this is like a self-centered me, I, when all I'm trying to do over here is, again, let's use your analogy, okay? My analogy.
Okay, so let me read what Richard wrote. The line between Richard, yes. The line between modern and mystic symbolic language is tricky. Van der Klee gave me permission to be godly and believe the phylacteries were wells. All I'll say is that Van der Klee sounded more like Jacob than Chezi. It's almost like you have to do it with a wink wink. Once you make it explicit like Chezi, you wreck it.
So 1 second, so good. Great, we're back to now, which I mentioned many times. You're right. It is not made for kids, and that's where the wrecking happens. And then we're in a problem because we create a framing, and then when someone becomes 16, 18, 21, when he reads enough books, he's like, oh shit, that's not exactly what they meant. Now, I'll give for a few examples of that. Now, I managed to realize this, right? I managed to integrate and realize the wink wink. Oh, my poor wife, look at her, not understanding these things. I'll just look down at her and realize she's playing this certain level of religion and I'm playing at this different level of religion. And I'm not going to explain it to her because it might blow up in my face. And when I explain it to her, I'm only going to explain it to her in the room over here so my kid doesn't hear it. And then in when my kid eventually asks me a question, let's say he asks my wife the question, but she didn't read the books I read. So now she gives some ridiculous answer. And now my son's like, that's what it means? That doesn't work out with my biology class. Well, I guess we'll have to see. 1 second. And my point is, the wink wink needs to be done in a way which is more accessible, or there needs to be more versions of wink wink, or that's all I'm saying. And I'm saying the wink wink needs to go through some sort of maintenance where people have access to that wink wink. And if someone's doing wink wink at them, and then they want to know more about that wink wink, if you don't have a mechanism to allow them to start taking in this wink winkiness right now, then you're also
Chezi, that midrash about the wells, I didn't make that up.
I know, Jacob, but you and I, right?
Chezi, Chumash Rashi, right? It's the second Rashi on the Chumash.
Jacob, okay, so perfect example. You know that it's the second. Okay, here you go. On planes, right? On planes, there's like that little card that they give people of how to put the mask on your face if there's like if there's like an issue with the altitude, and they always find that people fuck it up. Why? It says it's written over there, right? It's very clear. Or the legal system. All these things are in theory should be clear. Yet you have a whole population that is not reading it to the depth and level that you are, and you started this streamline right now. Well, we started this conversation where you telling me, listen, I'm reading about the Zohar, symbolism, and fingernails, and maybe I'm above my pay grade. And what I'm telling you, if you're above your pay grade and you're like digging in too deep, then it's a problem then, because the people that know that stuff are dying and they're disappearing. And the people that teach that stuff, if they're only using terminology that's wink wink and then people are not understanding them, then they'll be like Jacob saying, well, I know there's more source code over here, but I don't understand it.
Chezi, if you think that even the Arizal fully understood how toenails can lead, how a shin dalet can lead to your toenail causing you to die, or how things came together that this guy, him and his wife are going to have a kid now, like that she was praying and I would start asking him questions about his fingernails, and that leads to them having, like, you're trying to understand things that are beyond human comprehension.
I'm trying to understand things that are behind human comprehension. Okay, I'm saying, but that great. So that's the end of the discussion, really, because we can never understand.
There are
So I'm
things
saying-
we can never understand. Yes, there are
But-
things
okay,
we can never understand.
So very conveniently, right? My son's gonna ask me, Dad, so 1 second. Why didn't Jacob just tell Joseph, don't go down to Egypt? Oh, there's things we can't understand. Any other questions, son? Yeah, one other question. Why were they nervous about going into why did
Chezi, really? This is how you learn Torah?
Jacob, this is not how I learned Torah. I had a father, right, who spent hours as a psychologist and as a philosopher exposing me constantly to topics like this.
What?
And said,
And you think in Satmar, hold on, you think in Satmar they tell people every time somebody asks a question, they give them a potch?
No, whoa, okay. So you just, okay, I go back to the example. What do you think Rabbi Malot thinks? Do you think, if there's a chance where he thinks that our patriarchs put on phylacteries, then it's a fail of the system?
No, it's not a fail of the system. He can think they put on phylacteries.
By the way, I agree when you're saying it's a fail of a system where, like, does that mean he's not a good person and doesn't help his community and teach Torah? All that could be true. Where that becomes a fail of a system is when you, in 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, with the assistance of technology, are shown, without any shadow of a doubt, that there's no version where they wore phylacteries, then there's going to be more explaining to do. And if no one else,
Chezi, you're the one who's imposing. Oh no, they could never have ever put on phylacteries. It's impossible.
It is impossible.
Okay, so you have bought into the modernist frame where it's really important to know. And this is why I say that you are imposing your version.
I just agree. Wait a second. I'm just imposing what Rashi said. That Rashi says they weren't putting on phylacteries. They were doing something that symbolizes phylacteries.
Okay, so when I thought I was very, very clear that in fact somebody who says that Rashi is a heretic, when he says it's not pshat like you want to try to tell me, right? I am advocating for some religious tolerance here, and you're the one who's like, no, Rabbi Malot must believe exactly like me.
No, I'm not. Okay, again, I'm saying that if you're going to say that you are willing to agree with the fact that the patriarchs were aware of all the 5 books of Moses, as long as when you say they were aware of that, metaphorically, symbolically, but of course, I don't mean they were doing it one-to-one. And then I'm like, sure, my point is that I want Rabbi Malot, I would say what I quote-unquote demand is that they accept that version as well. Unless, and because on the ground today, I know, and I'm sure you know people that believe that no, they think it was one-to-one. And
Okay.
I'm saying
And Chezi, how did this whole thing start? From on my Discord server, what did I actually write? Here, I will read it. Let me find it and I will read exactly what I wrote. I wrote, and frankly, Yosef, Chezi, and I have been fighting what I think is an important, dare I say, Protestant, an importation of, dare I say, Protestant literalism into Judaism. Yes, I believe that Moses wrote the Torah. Like I said before on my stream, and I got Rabbi Malot a bit riled up, is that I don't need Moses to have physically written God spoke to Moses saying in that letter combination, and so it is called to this day for it to in any way affect my faith. Why?
So 1 second. Jacob. So
I have no problem with people defending the view as long as it doesn't lead to Protestant hyperliteralism that would, for example, turn any of the sages cited in the Talmud or any of the Rishonim or Acharonim into some sort of heretics. It just isn't a Jewish thing to be literal about the Torah that fundamentalist Protestants are. The second Rashi on the Torah would make most faithful Protestant lose their minds. Therefore, you must admit that the text teaches nothing about the earlier or later sequence of the acts of creation. And then I said, to say that Rashi is wrong, and the text actually tells us that there was literal water on the first day before the light of the creation of the light, I would argue that's closer to heresy. If we are on heresy watch, which we shouldn't be, than to say Genesis 1 is figurative.
Great, Jacob. So you agree with me then? Perfect. Do you think you could say that? You could say that
That's
and not
what
get
I wrote.
I know you're writing that. Great. You're writing that in this fairy tale land where you could also say we should kill Martin Luther, right? We could say anything over here. Can you go to a school of religious students and tell them?
No.
Okay.
And I said you and I and Yosef are fighting exactly this fight. So I have zero idea why you think I disagree with you that the importation of hyperliteralism into Judaism isn't kafira. It is. But the kafira is also infecting you in your thing of, no, Rabbi Malott cannot believe. No, he must not believe.
No, but wait, is he allowed to believe that it's all literal, or he can't believe that it's all literal? Which one? Are you saying it's okay for him to believe that it's literal?
Yes.
It's okay for him to believe that it's literal?
Yes.
Isn't that heresy, though?
If I was on heresy watch, sure. I'm not going to be on heresy watch.
So my point being, if we don't want there to be a generation of people that wake up one day and are concerned that they're concerned that they're heretical, I could tell them, don't worry. You don't have to be worried that the world is 6,000, 5,000 X years old, because
excuse me, the world is 5,783 years old.
What do you mean by that, Jacob?
I believe in Omphalos exactly like the Talmud teaches.
As in a year being 365 days? That's how much time?
Yes. The God created the world 5,783 years ago.
And it only seems like it's been 14.2 billion years.
Yes.
Okay, so the dinosaurs, that's, like the rabbis say,
God created God created the dinosaurs, yes.
No, of course God created the dinosaurs. God created dead bones, fossils for us to find and think.
Like the Talmud says, God created the world betzivionam. Betzivionam.
Why can't both be true? Why can't both be true?
What do you mean?
Why can't they be 14.2 billion years old?
Because
the scientific lens.
No, because there's very important reasons to believe, and we could go into it hashkafically. No, I have very.
You're limiting God. You're saying God couldn't have done.
I am not limiting God. I am not limiting God. I am saying that there's a very important hashkafic reason why we believe that God created the world 5,783 years ago.
But there's also a reason we believe for the same purpose. We also believe that our patriarchs kept and were aware of the whole Torah, right? However, both the articulation of that explanation is not it's more than meets the eye, right? We're saying that the patriarchs were aware of the Torah in their version, right? They called me El Shaddai, but I never introduced myself.
Chesed, again, you're falling into the hyperliteralism on your side.
Wait, you're not hyperliteralist when you say it's less than 6,000 years? Literally less than 6,000 years old.
No, you're interpreting me how you like.
I just asked you if it's a year of 365 days.
Exactly. Why'd you ask me that?
because I'm trying to understand how to interpret you. If you're saying symbolically, then yes, I agree
No,
with you.
I am not saying symbolically. I am saying bitsiviona. Do you know what bitsiviona means?
Okay, but this is a perfect example. There's someone else watching us have this conversation. Because he doesn't understand that term, he might think you mean literally.
I do. Omphalos. I have explained Omphalos many times on this channel, and I can do it again. But at each moment, each of us can only speak to so many people at one point. And what I'm trying to make myself clear to you.
If you want to go back to nuclear weapons, I'll interject. But if you want to talk about Jewish stuff, I'll just stay out of it.
Nuclear weapons. When did we get into nuclear weapons?
I alluded to the fact that I alluded to nuclear earlier on. It's all good. Jacob, so like I think you should explain a little more when you say when I say
Omphalos. Okay, Omphalos is going to take me half an hour to explain.
So don't go there. But I think you agree when you're
No, apparently you are not aware of Omphalos.
Because I know, Jacob. I'm saying this again.
Have you heard of last Thursdayism?
No, I have not heard of last Thursdayism.
Okay, so how do you know that the world wasn't created last Thursday, but you have all the memories of last Wednesday?
Great. Why am I here? What if it's a simulation? We'll just go to an extreme. Nothing exists. Okay, great. So then conversations are done.
No, the conversations are not done because there are reasons to believe this. And look, not everything can be explained on one foot, Chezi.
First of all, of course not. I just think like, why would it be controversial to say that the Torah is not a science book? If you want to know how evolution works, speak.
I say the Torah is not a science book constantly, and I constantly say that about evolution. But there's actual reasons to believe that the world is 5,783 years, which I don't want to get into right now.
Okay, that's fine. We don't have to get into that. But that would be an example. I mean,
it's an example of your hyperliteralism.
You are saying here is the one case where you are being hyperliteralist because you're saying
no, I am not being hyperliteralist. You are being hyperliteralist. You are demanding that it somehow it has to work with your scientific knowledge when you don't have. It doesn't have to be.
If it doesn't work with our scientific knowledge, then it's just another version of truth, which doesn't negate the fact that according to scientific knowledge, it's 14.2 years.
Nobody said it does.
Then great. But this is a perfect example. What we just did right now, this conversation would be very convoluted if a child asks you, is the world 14.2 million years?
And I would say no.
Scientifically, would you be able to tell them?
Scientifically, I didn't say scientifically. See, this is the thing. I would teach my children according to Torah.
And then tell them, for your degree to cure the cancer, assume it's 4.2 million years.
Okay, so this really gets into the fact that you haven't spent enough time listening to the Rebbe.
All right, maybe.
The Rebbe addresses this in depth, and there's a reason why we're so far apart, because you haven't spent enough time listening to what the Rebbe has to say about this stuff.
It could be. It could be.
He uses that exact example.
Yeah, but you realize also the sages, right? They use term like day and night, and they use a term like this is the size.
Hezi. It would be really nice if you would stop being so literal.
If I should stop being so literal. I don't know. I don't think I'm so literal.
You're very literal. You are very, very bought into this modernist frame. No wonder you're modern Orthodox.
I just think it's all these are all these. There are different glasses you put on. So
yes,
when
there are.
So great. So if I'm talking to my son and he's asking me about black holes, I'm going to use scientific terminology. If he then asks, good. So then I would tell him the world is, let's say, 14.2 million years old. And if he says, Abba, Dad, what about the Torah says this? I'm like, fantastic question. What it means is 1, 2, 3. So it doesn't actually.
Chazi, again, you need to spend some time learning. I can send you long letters that the Rebbe wrote about this stuff, which you would do very well to learn.
I'm going back to the fact that because I see myself as less as the problem, because even if you say I'm literalist, at the very least, I'm telling you, I'm willing to use both framing, right? Biblical and scientific. And my issue is there are communities that are insistent of only using one framing.
And I completely agree with you that those communities that insist on using one framing are absolutely wrong. Just like when you demand that those communities must tell their kids that the world is 14 million years.
I demand. I would suggest they use both framing. That's all I'm saying. Because both framing allows you.
Look, both framing.
If you use both frames, right? You could say something like, "Yes, Moses wrote the whole Torah, and it's okay if he didn't write the whole Torah." Both are true.
I have been saying that. I not said that clearly several times?
Well, I don't know. We have someone listening to us. What do you think?
Oh, good morning. I'm still waking up. I mean, I don't know if I should really take it there, but the subject of nuclear weapons got brought up, and in some ways I think this kind of relates, because I'm going to assume I know more about nuclear weapons than either one of you two. And
I'm sure you do.
That's what you think.
Oh, okay.
No, yeah.
I mean, it's an assumption. I could be putting in my place. If that's the case, we should not have this conversation here. That is for sure.
But I would like to know what you know about nuclear weapons.
And why?
I was on a ballistic missile submarine for a while as an electrician, and I mean, it was around me. I had to learn.
Okay.
But
go ahead.
None of that really matters in some regards, and I don't want to. I really don't know what you guys have been saying.
Sorry about that.
No, and that's perfectly fine. I don't want to map this too much to that, because I don't know so much about it. But at some level, there's not a lot you need to know about nuclear weapons to kind of understand at least some sense of what you're playing with. It might not be that intimate sense of what you're playing with, but there's a very small base level that everybody should probably know about nuclear weapons. Outside of that, I don't want to say what has to be left to experts and what should be open to the public. That's highly debatable, but knowing that they exist and to have at least some concern is probably a good thing for all.
That's very insightful, and I think very relevant.
It is very relevant, and a perfect example of that would be, let's say Judaism has like a concept of, let's say, it's nuclear weapons, which would be the story of creation and the story of Ezekiel's chariot, which is metaphysics, and it says, well, according to Maimonides, and it says that you shouldn't learn that with you should only learn that with one person or by yourself and at a certain age. So that would be an example of those are nuclear. You're dealing with nuclear waste, and you can't be doing that on your own. And that is something that I generally agree with. However, my case is due to the rapid change of time, technology, you are being exposed to this nuclear arsenal at an earlier age. Okay, go ahead.
That you keep on bringing up this. It's going to happen but the fact is that the most important things that the Torah teaches is about how human beings interact with human beings. And as long as there are human beings behind those computers, that is not
so
changing.
Good that you're going here. Good. Even better. Okay, good. Because this is where I end
honestly,
up with, and maybe
this is every time we say until Yosef gets involved, because you seem to have this idea about AI that I don't think is in any way realistic, and I would like somebody who actually knows what they're talking about to be mafria between the two of us, who both of us have no idea what we're talking about.
I agree. So, and I just want to express this to Neutrino, who's here. Okay, that I want to explain it like as such. What Jacob's mentioning over here, my fear is, because I agree, that I look at Judaism as a fantastic operating system, and it did not require our iOS has not required an update for a very, very, very long time. It's been such a powerful operating system, which it allowed itself
You're
to spring.
absolutely wrong.
1 second, wait, hear me out. It allowed to also push out Christianity and birth Christianity and Islam. However, okay, my argument is that as humanity is changing, because this has been relevant, because humans are the same for a very long time. Ego, all these things are true. However, and an indication like this would be social media creating a 90% rise in attempted suicide in teens. It would be that social media and the time we spend on screens and our playing with CRISPR and biological advancements and technological advancements will change how humans interact, think, and go around the world in such a way where I always give this example to the rabbis I'm talking to. If I could work on longevity, right? And if I could now live till 180 years old, do I still need to be, is that another reason to divorce my wife? Because I don't know what it's like to be married for 150 years. And I don't know what it's like to raise a child for that long. What are my commitments to myself? If I could tweak my IQ, do I have to do that? The kids that don't, are they considered handicapped? Do they need to pray the same way if their understanding of God is completely different than mine? If that is their IQ, do they must become healers because they could be doctors, or are they allowed to pick their own thing? These are questions that suddenly Judaism, all religions need to deal with. If I could be somewhere from a conscious point of view, is that still me? Can I shift out of my body? And you can be like, well,
Chazi, stop. What in the world makes somebody who studied in a yeshiva say Judaism hasn't been updated in a very long time? When was your Kitzur Shulchan Aruch written?
First of all, there are updates like that, and all I'm saying is the switches of society don't happen anymore. The Torah does know how to update itself. It updates itself very slowly and very methodically because it is a
so we went from it doesn't update itself to it updates itself too slowly for you.
First of all, I didn't say it doesn't update itself.
You said it hasn't been updated in a very long time.
Yes, it hasn't been updated in a very long time.
It hasn't been updated in maybe 2 hours since the last Shelo to Tshuvot was printed.
I'm talking about in a much more fundamental way.
Oh, in a much more fundamental way. So let's be clear here. It's not that it doesn't get updated. It's not that it doesn't apply to the current time. You just don't like how fast it does it.
I'm saying if you didn't figure out in the last 100 years how to deal with women that are divorced, it's taking you too long. All rabbis that I talk to will agree with me. Any rabbi that I talk to, their answer is, you are right. It is a problem. And I always tell them, I'm like, the problem is that a designer architect is talking to you about it. That is the problem. I want to be talking about tiles. I don't want to be talking about the fact that you guys have not updated your system. And by updating the system, I mean, don't make it more stringent, make it more lenient. It's all good with me. Make moves, make decisions, be aware of what's happening in front of you. You cannot, the way the culture is changing is in a much more rapid pace. And
No. See, this is the thing. I agree with you that there needs to be changes, and the rabbis need to have more backbone. But when you put it the way you put it is precisely when it makes it impossible for them to, because you make it sound like as opposed to doing what rabbis are supposed to do, they're doing something different and new, which is wrong.
What do you mean? What do you mean? You're right. The rabbis are not doing what they're supposed to do.
Okay. As opposed to something new. You're telling them, as opposed to being Rabbeinu Gershom, as opposed to making takanas, like all our Rebbeim have done for years and years and years.
This is semantics right now. You're right.
It's bad messaging on your part. That's what it is.
So, first of all, you're correct. It's a good thing that I'm not speaking in front of a forum right now and I'm talking to you, number one. Number two, my messaging is, and also when I speak to rabbis, they're aware that I'm not saying, oh, like, we should just make up something new. You could call it whatever you want. You could call it that you are interpreting, like Rabbi Akiva did, the shape of the letter. Just end up with a woman that could get divorced. You want to do it through 17 different versions. You could do it through 17
Breitowitz, you know Rabbi Breitowitz, the only book he's written is on Agunot, and he has a very good idea in there.
What was his idea? I'm not aware of
it. It comes from the Chidah, that you can have Nisuin al Tanai, and if al Tanai, that he will be Mekabel dot Beit Din, and if he's not Mekabel dot Beit Din, Lamafreya, it's batal.
Okay, so I could be like annoyed by, why does it say Lamafreya? Why can't it be the Chatchila? All good. Is she free now? Is she free to go now? Right. So that would be an example where, like, you could say where as a society, and this might be like, over the top. I want to take that answer and then go around to all the rabbis and tell them, look at this. Is this good? Yes. Then now.
Okay. So when I was in law school 20 years ago and I read that book, I actually had a campaign where I was emailing with newspaper people saying, you need to take this idea of Rabbi Breitowitz from the Chidah and actually take it from rabbi to rabbi. Yes, if we had stronger rabbis who didn't have to worry about people trying to make for female rabbis, who didn't have to worry about the reform bullshit, then maybe they could do stuff like that.
Okay, but like you just said, the reform bullshit. I think you're gonna. My fear is you're gonna get pushed to that, and then it's gonna be we're trying to do catch up, and I also think that what you just said, if rabbis were brave enough, correct. So if a rabbi was brave enough to say, if rabbis were brave enough to do more wink wink or explain the space of the wink wink, then we would be in a much better place. However, the wink wink gets introduced if you're pushed and asked for it. So like Andrew gave that example of Paul. So like Paul's not walking on and standing on his sermon and saying it. If someone catches him and says like, Paul, does this da 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 da, and then he takes him to the side and says like wink wink.
Hezi, that's how the world works. I'm sorry you don't like how the world works.
Nah, okay.
That's how the world works.
And that's so perfect. My point being that that's great to say that's how the world works when there is still the concept of privacy. But I go back to the example of, if we lived in today's day and age, you would see a picture of Gandhi really eating when he was supposed to be fasting, because there's cameras everywhere.
Yes, Hezi, I realize that you are constantly talking about how the world has completely changed, and in 5 minutes we'll see exactly how the world has completely changed, except I don't think you're right about that.
I guess, well, first of all, that is the crux at the end of the day, because I'm with you that if none of the framing changes, then we're all good, right? So if it's not broke, don't fix it. And my point is that I don't want it to be broke. I want it to be eternal.
The Torah is not broke. The Torah is Tamima.
Why did we have to make an Eruv? We said we can't walk on Sabbath, and somehow we had to figure out saying,
Chezi, no, see, this is the thing. You think that it's a human thing. I don't. I think the Torah always included an Eruv. Nobody created an Eruv. The Torah
why were we not
had
aware?
Eruv in it. Because we weren't aware of it.
Great. Okay, good. So again, it's semantics. You're right.
No, it's not semantics.
As far as you're concerned,
your orientation towards religion being one where you think human beings can improve on God and they can't.
Okay, so, and this was on your Bible study. When people talk about the Torah of Messiah, they are saying that it's just deeper and truer Torahs that we weren't exposed to, even if they look completely different than what we're experiencing.
They don't look completely different. That's the thing. They don't look completely different.
They don't. They can't. So
no,
you're saying
cannot.
They cannot
look completely different. No, there is no way for the Torah to look completely different.
You're right. Maybe it's not completely different. A little different. Is it allowed to look a little different, or no? It needs to look exactly the same thing.
It needs to express the same ideas. It needs to have the same.
You mean like eating a whale, but it's not a kosher fish. How is that happening?
Chazi, I don't know how it's happening.
But that's my exact point. It happens because you believe that that's a truer level of truth, even though it says in the text.
Chazi, I don't know how things are going to be because we didn't know about relativity 100 years ago.
So why are you saying?
Chazi, we didn't know about relativity 100 years ago.
I
But
would use
whatever we do know now, the rabbis who apply Torah concepts, not new concepts. And this is the problem.
Well, they're not new. They're not new
things.
Why are they new? We just weren't aware of them.
You're not
Jacob. It's like a superposition. It could be here and it can't be over here, right? What is so crazy? Like you say, I don't know what it's going to look like. If you don't know what it's going to look like, why can't it be, as long as it's happening within the proper framing, why can't it look like the Torah of Messiah looks different than the Torah you're experiencing today? Or are you saying it's not possible?
Because I believe in the Torah. Because Torah is true. Because Torah is
So why did Moses not know what Rabbi Akiva was talking about then? How did he not know?
He
Rabbi
didn't know.
But how?
What is so strange about him not knowing?
But he knows it all.
What's strange about you not knowing? Who said he knows it all?
So wait, so you not knowing means there's a space for it to be looking different than what you know now.
Yes.
Great. So the Torah of Messiah could look different than the Torah you're experiencing now.
I don't know why I even bother. I don't even know why I bother.
I think it's because
we just spent. I do love you, but
Jacob, would you feel better about the situation if we for the Torah? I mean, I think everybody's in agreement. We need to at least have a historical perspective that this is what we're working with, and other things go on top of it or next to it, but that there's a purity there with the Torah.
Yes.
Oh, no doubt.
But there's a lot of different ways to interpret anything. And as long as we're working from a pure base, to me, and again, I'm ignorant to Jewish politics and everything, so I correct me anywhere I'm wrong, please. If we allow groups to attach to it and have their own interpretations, but not. So I guess where I'm a little confused is where more modern interpretations of things or modern ways of viewing lenses to view things, where that's infecting the original Torah.
So what is increasingly happening in Judaism and has been for 200 years is we have increasingly had people telling other people that you have to see things my way. And this is what has been really bothering me, and it's in fact been, I believe, the infecting and importing of Protestant orthodoxy ideas into Judaism, which has created modern reform and is in fact causing what is happening as far as the heresy and the takfiring in Judaism. Takfir is a Muslim term for calling other people heretics.
Related to the Hebrew word kofar.
Yes.
So we agree.
We always agreed. The two of us agree far more. This is more like me being in yeshiva with a chavrusa since that I've had in 20 years.
I want to stress that to Neutrino. Neutrino, you should know that like the levels. First of all, I'm also driving and I'm a little hoarse, so I'm being like a little louder. But this level of, let's say, intensity of conversation is literally like the most. This was like the only tone for the 6 years when I was in my religious studies. Like that's how people converse. You have people ripping on each other. You have to say like you're complete.
Chezi, you have to do this for me because I've tried going on YouTube and finding a video of the din of a base midrash, and I couldn't find a good video that you could just listen. Like you sit in a base midrash and everybody's arguing, and it's just the most beautiful sound in the world.
My brother would come study with me.
It makes me want to cry.
My dad's attitude was more, I'm not going to come study with you. There's no expectation of you to call home. Okay? Like, you could be lost in the ocean of Torah or drowned in the ocean of Torah for 6 years. Well, at the time it was 5 years, and just do you. My expectation is that you study these books. You want to come home. You want to stay there, do your thing. My brother was more, would come visit me and study with me. But he'd always end up telling me like, you're an idiot, or like, like this is wrong. This like, this is like a snippet into what those conversations look like. So it's all good. Anyone watching this, it's all good. It's all love.
Well, sometimes we need to give each other space to argue to figure out what we really care about. And from more my personal experience, seems too easy, especially for a lot of people to just, we disagree about this thing. Well, that one thing, you're not my brother. I'm not your brother because we don't agree on this one thing. And now there's a blood feud. And it's nice to have some space to be able to play in where we can get a little bit rough with each other and still process all that information, figure out what we think.
So the Talmud says, that Torah scholars increase peace in the world. And the famous question, it must be a Brisker question, famous question is, how do they do that? They're constantly arguing. And the answer is they do that because they're constantly arguing. Because when you argue, that allows you not to actually fight.
So I want to dovetail off of that. There was one of the comments over here that, and I think Andrew said it's like a Middle East thing, but he says, what I really appreciate about this is that you don't stop and you really keep wrestling. And this is something that I had with my dad when we would get into arguments. And I would say that, like, don't stop. Like, it's okay that you're yelling at me, and it's okay. Like, I want to just get to the resolution. I want to get to the truth. It's okay if it ends up being that I was wrong. Just don't end the fight and be like, whatever. Like, we'll agree to disagree, or like there's no point of this. There is a point. I just don't see it yet. Maybe don't give up on me. And like my point to Jacob, and I'm saying Jacob's doing it to me, is like I'm continue wrestling, not because it's annoying. It's because either I don't understand him or he doesn't understand me. But I would be just as delighted if I was wrong. I just want to get truth because that is God's name. And the more clearly we see things, and obviously, ideally, when you end this, you also end like on a peaceful note. But I think it allows you to iron sharpens iron, as people discuss here in the past. Like that is it's a necessary process as long as it can be done with love. And it is done with love if the context is when Jacob calls me a heretic, what he really means is, Chazi, I'm so sorry, you're so right. And that's fine. And I accept that. And I understand that. Look, it's not easy. In Israel, there's like a different level to truth. You understand? So
And parts of Israel, I assume, are a little higher stakes with some things. So,
yeah, he was driving through some rough neighborhoods.
Well, the real miracle. I mean, like I'm sitting in it right now. I found parking within 1 minute in Tel Aviv, so you know that God exists because it's right by the store I need. These things don't happen. Jacob, to bring this back down because I do need to work. And Andrew wrote about this, about Jacob is okay with the wink as long as it stays as a wink, right? And I am saying that people need to be aware. People need to be more. The rabbi should be more comfortable winking, and people should be aware to look for the wink. It's like in the end of the Marvel movies now.
Okay. Part of this is the fact that you grew up in modern. If you grew up in more Hasidic circles, you would understand that the wink is obviously there at all times.
So my argument would be that the wink itself, in many cases,
you can't have a pride parade with assless chaps. I'm sorry, Chazi.
Here we go. I don't know why we're going to this extreme.
Because that's what you're asking for. You're asking for things to be explicit in ways they cannot be.
No, I'm asking that someone. I'm asking for the boy who's confused right now, right, and wants to come and say, "I want to wear my chapless pants." Okay, and now I want my ass exposed. Why can't I do that? I'm okay for someone telling him, you know what? Forget this example. I don't know even where I'm going with this example. I want someone to say that if I'm not sure about this, and this is now creating a tension for me, right? This would be where the rabbi, and in this case, the surgeon, comes and says, okay, this is a more controversial method. But since you're in this point of tension, I'm going to explain to you that there's this and this and this level of truth for this topic right now. Okay? So if this allows you to relieve that tension in this point, do so and then continue going. And that doesn't mean I have to now expose you to everything, but here is this tool you could use. For example, how can this be true? Oh, do you know Maimonides in this line says there's something called necessary truths? Take that little tidbit, and next time you have a tension, use that. Instead of saying,
why weren't your rabbis saying this to you already?
Saying what to me already?
That when you talk to somebody, you talk to that person according to their level, according to what they can understand, in order to help them on their journey.
You are correct. You are correct. However, I'll give you an example. I'm on my journey. And I'm not troubled by so much, okay? And I finish high school and all's good. And then I go into institution and I'm still not bothered so much. And most of the issues I have are answered at like a certain level of winkiness, okay? Mm-hmm. And then I get married because I'm part of a religious institution in my community. I'm going to do that fairly young. I'm going to get married at like 21 in Israel. And I'm going to have kids. And then at 26 or 27, I'm online and I see Sam Harris and I see Jordan Peterson and I see Jonathan Peugeot. I was like, whoa, what's this? Okay, I need someone winking at me right now. But I also have a kid and I'm part of a community and I have a wife. So I needed that winking happening early on. For you to wink at me now, it's very hard for me to integrate that into my life. It's very hard for me to integrate that into the decisions I made. Maybe I didn't want to marry this girl if you winked at me differently. Maybe I would have married a different girl. Maybe the fight I had with...
Yeah. And guess what? That's part of the imperfection of life.
You're saying that's built into the system, and I'm saying it's not. It could be changed. Yeah, that's not divine. That's not divine decree that, like, because someone didn't wink at you. Sorry.
Kazi, the fact is human development, you're going to, who you are at 25 is not going to be the same person as 35, at 45, at 55, at 65. And if you knew everything you will know at 65, yeah, maybe you wouldn't marry your wife from when you married at 20.
But the rate of change is very different today as far as the progression of age groups. I'm talking to high schoolers that are over college level physics and some of the stuff because that's what they think's interesting on YouTube. So they dive in deep, and all of a sudden they're coming out with whoa. But
when it comes to social maturity, they tend to be so much less capable, and they tend to be so much less mature than we were at. I mean, I was just talking to Andrew and Richard. He's talking about the opposite. He's talking about them about the kids needing to be more mature, whereas I find them to be less mature.
I think both are true in different levels, because I agree with you. There definitely is a level, like there's a faux maturity, right? You have people you have women, younger girls dressing a lot more provocative, quote unquote mature, and are partaking in more mature discussions. However, I would agree with Jacob that the emotional intelligence has yet to reach. Like you could have a kid watching.
Look, so Richard and Andrew both have applications on their phones that their mom knows exactly where they are 24/7.
So Jacob, I would agree with you that you also are looking. I tell this to my son when he tells me he's like lazy about something. He's going to be turning 9, and I tell him, Billy, do you understand? In your age, you were hunting for mammoth with me already. So like, don't tell me you're too lazy to pick up your socks from the floor, right? Because we were hunters. It's built into you. You're not too weak. This is just like a modern facade of laziness on top of you. Okay, now, so I understand that the generations could be less mature. I'm saying we need to create a system, right, which is anticipating, and this is, again, this is what I go to. You could say for a long time, the rabbi is going to dictate sort of the pace of how this is happening, with the fact that little kids, right, religious leaders need to be aware. Kids have a supercomputer from the age of 4. So when you tell them things, you need to assume they have access to the supercomputer. So when you say things, be aware that when you're going to, for example, give a halachic decree, be aware that your child might come back with 17 other rabbis who have certificates who will show you disproving what you said, Rabbi. So if you want to say what you think is true, you should preface that with different things and say, well, we live in a world today, X, Y, Z, da 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 da. You have to build that into your canon.
Chazi, you are demanding a reconstruction of human. In ways that, frankly, I think are not at all realistic and are not at all grounded in actually what's going on societally when it comes to social development and what's happening. Because what's happening is, as opposed to having more wisdom, we have less wisdom now. Our society is actually doing, and this is why I keep on getting at you about your FFB being FFB as opposed to BT, because you seem to think yes.
Neutrino, FFB means religious from birth. So he says, my context has always been religious. Go on, Jacob.
Yeah, so he grew up in a religious Orthodox family, and I grew up in a secular family. And what I noticed is that my growing up was even less prepared to understand all of the stuff that Chazi's worried about, And he has this idea of it's greener, grass is greener on the other side, where he thinks it's more prepared, and it's not true. And I've seen more of both sides than Kazi has.
It probably is in specific circumstances, isn't it?
Well, yeah. I mean, you're always going to get that. I've definitely. I mean, there's definitely families who fail their kids, even in the Orthodox Jewish community. But the Orthodox Jewish community does so much better than any other community. It's amazing.
So an example would be my brother, right, who's no longer Orthodox. And my argument to my mother is that you got into legit arguments, fights about things that now at 7 years old, Mom, you agree that was silly. Or like, if I only knew that, I wouldn't have said that. I'm like, isn't that...
Wow, you mean your mom was imperfect?
But 1 second. But she was threatening with God's name. It wasn't that she was saying, this is the framing, son. God is disappointed in you. And now she's saying, man, I shouldn't have said that. But look at the relationship. How horrible is that?
Your guess what? Your mom was not a perfect mom. I am shocked to hear this.
I'm not asking for perfection. I'm saying that maybe then, but there's still many. So this is an example, okay? I was talking to my grandfather, and I'm like, Grandpa, don't you think it's ridiculous, though, that in a school, right, where from, legally, religiously, halakhically, you do not need to be wearing the 4 fringes all the time unless you're wearing a garment of 4 fringes. However, we wear it because of, tradition, blah, 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 all good. Now there's a child in your school. He decides that for other, reasons why he's upset, he doesn't want to wear it, right? So all the institutions I know of, right, will tell the kid he needs to go home and put this on. Don't come back to school if you haven't. So I went to my grandfather. I'm like, don't you think that's ridiculous after 2,000 years? Isn't the big win? Yes, your son should stay in the school and keep on learning. We were going to talk to the parents.
Silly. You are so silly. You are 100% silly.
Hey, 1 second. Hear me out. It is the dress code, right? And it is implied, and we can't allow your child not to wear it. That's totally fine to express.
And it's precisely what you were talking about before, which is understanding that there are other considerations than the pure halakhic minimum.
Yes, I'm with you. Now, all I'm saying is like this to the teacher. Definitely don't get mad at the kid. Definitely make sure the parents are not saying he's a failure, it's bad, God's insulted. None of that terminology. Just this is what the school.
I am so shocked that teachers, even when they're told not to get mad, because I know every single rabbi constantly tells teachers they should get mad, because getting mad is such a value in Yiddishkeit.
Jacob, my point was to my grandfather, because he said that would be ridiculous. I wouldn't send my kid to school where the kid would get sent home because he didn't wear his tzitzit. I'm like, guess what, Grandpa? Every one of your grandchildren and great-grandchildren are institutions like that, where if we wore that and we were told to go home. Now, my point to my mom is, Ima, do you understand that in the morning when your son said he doesn't want to wear it and you said you have to and he said I don't want to and you said, like, well, this is what God wants of you? It was all wrong. You shouldn't have said that. It shouldn't have been framed that way. It should have been said, this is what we need to do. You need to do this. But guess what? God is not mad at you.
Chazi, you are hoping for a society that doesn't have humans in it.
Well, if I go back and look to the way things were before, I'm not saying that was a static environment, but if you look at rate of change of then compared to now, it was a static environment. So all our equations for how to manage a lot of our day-to-day stuff are static equations.
I agree.
And now, in this post whatever world we're in, these static equations are breaking.
Honestly,
now to me, these are applications to source code, not changing source code. But I think we need some more rapidly updating auto-correcting. I mean,
Well,
I guess gotta be
okay.
careful with what I'm going there, but we need some
For
sort
sure.
of new relationship in
Well,
order to
okay,
navigate
so
this landscape.
This is the thing. This is the thing. My experience has been that we keep on saying that constantly, that, oh, things are so different, so different, so different. And really what it is there are things that we've known for thousands of years. And since the 60s, we've pretended that we don't know things that we've known for thousands of years. And that's actually made things a lot worse.
Jacob, the concept of patience to kids today means something very different than it did 100 years ago. It is not fair for a parent to expect the same level of patience from his son today than he did. Like, my dad brought home the video of Aladdin to watch on a VCR, right? And then we watched half of it. And then the exciting part of the week was to watch the other half. My kid could go through 3 episodes of one thing in an hour. Okay, and me tell him, like, you need to wait now. Why? Just because. Why am I waiting?
Chazi, can I tell you something?
You can.
Okay. Do you know I'm studying right now. Like, the classes I'm taking is in child development and how mentally what we're doing, which is causing problem with kids. And basically every intelligent person is saying, don't let a child under 10 near a screen. No TV, nothing.
By the way, so that would be a perfect example, right? So should religious leaders then say this is forbidden?
Yes.
Okay, so that would be a ramification of the world changing, and we need to become, in this case, more stringent, right? Me Too was only an example of like why Jewish codes to impure, between the sexes. Great. So there's an example where all that makes sense, right? And for example, there could be other cases like we don't need doctors who are saving people's lives to still use a pen that the ink disappears after Shabbat because then it's not writing. Just use a text because it doesn't exist online, and that's it. No more making pens to try to like weasel your way out of something. That would be an example where we're more lenient.
Okay, no.
This is our part where we're more
stringent. So this is why are you so insistent that it has to be not with a disappearing ink pen?
Because I think Hashem, God, wants more from us. He wants us to connect to him more. Some of that looks like being apart and separate. Some of that looks as being more universal. Some of that looks like the conversation you're having, which you would agree with me. Historically, people would say, what did you just say, Jacob? Did you just give an example from Corinthians and now use that to bolster your example about the Bible? That's heresy. You're mentioning Jesus' name. You're talking, and instead, no, you're saying, this is a beautiful version how Jesus says this. He really means this. He's talking about that. That's winking, right? We're winking and saying, guys, really? This was fine. And really, that was okay. And really, Sam is okay being Unitarian. And you would have a whole population of Jews saying, what on earth are you talking about? This guy needs to be burnt. This guy needs to be killed. Even the fact that we, as a society, a perfect example, you have in the Israeli government people that are recognized as religious. They are coming and talking about throwing around the term, a religious state. Why is no one saying, by the way, even a religious state, when they talk about death penalty, realize it's almost never, ever happened. So you don't need to be nervous about that term. But I could insist on talking about the term as if it was biblical, and then people will really think, oh, Israel's going to turn like Iran. Instead, I could say, no, Judaism code will never suppress you in that way. But we don't want to use that terminology because that would be like modern terminology. And I'm saying if we want to save and continue working alongside and creating together, like naming the animals that God gave us the opportunity to do, it is a joint process. And just like earlier in the conversation, we were playing around the idea, did Moses write things? And did God co-sign, say, yeah, Moses, I'm down with that. That looks good to me. Here too, we need to feel the confidence, not me, legitimate rabbis, which we agree are not doing this. They need to feel the confidence to say, we are walking with God. The prophet said he doesn't want your sacrifices. So someone that's going to now fight with his son about whether or not there's going to be sacrifices in the next temple will be, hey, buddy, slow your roll, because maybe there won't be. And I'm telling you right now, God couldn't give two shits about your sacrifice. Okay? Now, does that mean we should forget about sacrifices? No, but we should use it as a tool to realize that framing
Who are
exists.
you arguing with?
I'm arguing with you if you're thinking that this change is not required, or that speaking in this way is like I was gonna say it's not dangerous. It's very dangerous, obviously, and that's why you need to deal with it with love and care. And the conservative and reform movements are examples of how not to get this done. We're just gonna end up freezing. We're gonna be static.
No, we're not going to be static if you would learn some more Chassidus.
If only I learned more.
If you
on that
only learn
note-
more Chassidus.
On that
Torah's the Baal
note,
Shem Tov.
I'm busting out. But if you're here in 2 hours, I'm on the road again. So we'll talk.
It's 4 a.m. and I haven't
Take care,
slept
Hezzy.
yet.
Yeah, I was just
Neutrino.
going to ask you about that. If you haven't been to bed yet,
I haven't, but do you mind sharing your actual name? I hate calling people by their thing.
Jacob.
Your name's Jacob too? Okay.
So I don't know if that makes anything less confusing, but that is my name.
I've the internet, like fake names, like I'm not a fan.
I understand why.
Yeah.
In some ways, that is the culture I grew up in, so that there is some of that there. But
that's exactly why I stopped using it. I grew up with it too. I mean, I don't know how old you are, but I'm 45.
42.
Okay. And so I grew up on BBSs and stuff.
Yep.
May I ask where you're from?
Indiana.
Indiana. Okay. Oh, you've been on before.
It's kind of been an evolution thing. Started out really just typing and started jumping on a little bit with voice, and finally got a camera. So
cool. Yeah.
Personally, I don't like being on camera, but I understand if we're going to discuss things like this, it's more honest to be able to communicate as much as you can online.
It's not just that. Honestly, yeah, the communications. What I found is when you actually talk, when you can see the other person, and you can make facial expressions and stuff. It's you end up actually talking to people a lot more. Chad, you're gonna have to ask me about Book of James some other time because I wanted to say hi to you and what made you what made you jump on the whatchamacallit stuff, the nuclear stuff, or
I mean that kind of made my ears ring a little bit, but I just saw you and Hezzy in there arguing, and throw a little bit in there if I'm not completely lost in conversation.
So partnered learning is in yeshivas, in traditional Jewish learning, you get matched up by somebody who's supposed to be around your same level. Actually, what they did at my yeshiva, you would have two chavrutas. It's called chavruta, partner. And you would have two chavrutas, and you would have one who would be a little bit ahead of you and one who would be a little behind you. And then there are some lectures, but more than anything, as opposed to homework and stuff, you and your chavruta are supposed to explain the text to each other. And so it's called partnered learning. And you end up arguing things, but it was a very different experience. So I went to yeshiva after college, and for a year in Israel, and it was it's I mean I still remember it as the greatest time in my life, and just the arguing back and forth, and like I said, so you would be in a big room. It's called a Beit Midrash. It means literally house of discussion, maybe. And you'd be in a big room, and everybody's with their partners, and everybody's arguing, and like, so it's absolutely the opposite of a library. It's loud and
sounds more like walking in a gym where people are sparring over here and hitting a heavy bag over there, and
yeah. I still miss that. In Los Angeles, there's a couple of places that have that feel, but like when I first got back, there wasn't any place in Los Angeles that I knew of that had something like that. And it's something else. It's something else.
And from it, I'll bring up Protestantism right now, and I do have a bit of an axe to grind with you, or a bone to pick, would probably be a better way to say it. But I don't want to do it when you're probably should have been in bed hours ago.
So you were talking to Nechama and Magic and Grim about this, right?
Oh yes,
right. I heard that. I have to say, part of the problem, and I say the problem a lot, is we're talking a lot with different audiences, and so this term Protestantism, right? It's that discussion which John Vervaeke is having, kind of with Jordan Wood. Is it Jordan? No, Jordan Cooper. I get the two confused. Jordan Cooper, and kind of having with Paul Vanderklay, is a discussion that seeped into a lot of the theological discussions that some of us have from Bridges of Meaning. And because a lot of us are trying to figure out exactly the words we're saying and what we're identifying as being problems, so people who aren't necessarily involved in all the conversations I think misunderstand, because like I was saying earlier, I don't think you were here, like I heard somebody saying that like Jacob's like attacking other people, like other groups, finding fault with other groups.
Well, and part of that is language, because I mean I think it's fair to consider there is a Protestant ethne, and I'm guessing the critiques aren't applying to that and applying to the Protestant faith as practiced today.
It's even beyond that. So what I've tried several times to say is, when we call something Protestant, what we generally mean is not anything that necessarily comes from 500 years ago when the Reformation happened. Mm-hmm. But we talk about those things which are unique to the Protestant groups that have not transferred into the rest of the culture, right? Because and I had a discussion with Father Eric, actually, and Father Eric, who's a Catholic priest, and with Catherine and her husband Eamon, about where we are in this corner. And it's actually one of my better discussions. I highly recommend it. And what Father Eric pointed out is that, and he went through a list of the main main differences that 500 years ago there were between Catholics and Protestants. And he showed almost on every single one of them, like the Protestant view had been adopted into the Catholic Church, and that there has been a serious movement. And so the things which distinguish are actually, when we talk about Protestant, we're really talking about the things that are still touch points theologically, and I would say between Catholicism, Judaism, and other religions, and Protestant Christianity.
Okay, I think I see what you're saying there, and maybe this is trying to figure out how to word this without.
Say it. I won't take offense.
I think you don't have to go too far back to where the phrase "a Protestant country" when referring to the United States was fairly applicable. And to a large degree, if you wanted to come over here and play, you at least had to integrate with Protestants. Otherwise, you weren't. You were not at the table.
One of the things I say, and I'm only half joking, is I'm the most Protestant of them all. And in a very real sense,
you are, and that's what blew my mind so much when you're trashing Protestants so much. Wait a second, but
okay,
I'm sorry. Continue.
So I have to say, when it comes to Hasidic teachings, the one that I take to heart the most from the teachings of Hasidism is if something bothers you about someone else, it's because you have some connection to it in your own self.
Yep.
And what I hope pretty regularly say on this channel is that when I criticize other people, I'm mostly talking to myself.
And I think that's something I personally need to keep in mind, because it was really, I think it was Bruce you were talking to, and I felt like Bruce came on to try to parse some of the Protestant issues with you, and from my perspective, you kind of dismissed them and like, well, silly Protestant, you don't understand, go away. That bothered me, which in it of itself is weird, because I am only Protestant in the absolute loosest of terms,
So this is okay. So there is a reason why the term Protestant is useful, and that's because there has become an identity that people have within Protestantism. And that identity, and I mean, I sent Bruce also to this video. That identity is what is, so I have a video, and it's one of my more popular and influential videos, if I dare say that, which is, it's called Vervaeke's Bullshit. And that term has a specific term meaning, because Vervaeke has a technical term for bullshit. He uses it in a technical way. And this is part of the problem. This is why I do these Just Chatting streams so much, is because I found, I mean, my channel used to be a lot more of me like lecturing and saying things. And what I found was, well, what I say is completely received differently based on different people's experiences, right? And it's very hard to speak to even an audience of 100 people, which is how most of my videos get around 100 views. It's very hard to speak to even an audience of 100 people and be understood, especially when you're just talking one way. right?
Mhm.
I'm saying something, I have very little idea how different people are receiving it. And that's part of why I really like StreamYard. And I've been trying to get more and more conversations. But part of that includes getting people to not be so scared to come on and talk to me.
Yeah.
I don't bite. I really don't.
You get some good nips in when you get a chance. That's, but
Yeah, I mean, it depends. If somebody's going to give to me,
intentionality
I'll
matters.
give that.
And
yeah,
that is the proper way to be, in my opinion. So
there are certain people, and one thing. So it was a compliment, I thought. Both Eric Weinstein and Paul Vanderklay said this to me, and I don't talk to Eric Weinstein very often, but both of them said this to me within the space of a couple of weeks. They said, "Jacob, you're scary to talk to because you won't put up with any bullshit." And I don't flatter people.
Yeah.
I will not say to somebody that, I will not flatter someone, and there's a very good reason for that, because when I give a compliment, I want it to mean something. When I say Grimm is brilliant, and I do say Grimm is brilliant, which is why I kind of took him to task for his supposed saying I cut him down. I didn't actually ever say he was a bad investment, by the way. If I'm gonna give somebody a compliment, I mean it. And Grimm is brilliant. He is.
It's scarcity makes it more valuable.
I hope so.
Yeah, I guess. I don't want to keep you up any longer, really, but I do want to say, when dealing with Protestants, I think one thing that outsiders kind of struggle with is there's so much we go along to get along around here that the entire structure is very different than that big top-down. It's a decentralized structure, and which seems weird to your more traditional. But let me say this.
Yeah.
Out in California,
Yeah.
I'm guessing there's more evidence of the world crumbling around a little bit than it is here in Indiana. To a large degree, nothing's changed here the past few years, other than people are still upset that they got trashed so hard if they didn't want to get a shot or wear a mask. Now that's a total nother ball game that I don't really want to get in, but people around here do operate a little different. Are you familiar with Quakers?
A little bit, yeah.
And that a background or understanding Quakers and kind of how they settled in this country. There's a lot of Quakers around here.
Anabaptists are a very different, lot from what most of us, when we're talking Protestants in terms of theology, we're talking mostly about Lutherans and Reform.
Okay.
And I mean, what I was not aware of at all when I started interacting with Christians was there's a culture of going along to get along. There's a culture of PVK and Pastor Tanner had an interesting discussion. And if you're not aware of Pastor Tanner, you might want to check him out. You might like him.
I have to. I haven't.
They had a discussion, and they both agreed was they have a very hard time talking with people in their congregations because people are scared of saying the wrong thing to their pastor and getting kicked out of church.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's a two-way street too. Pastors are pretty concerned that the congregation will run them out of town and warn the surrounding towns. That happens less than it used to, but it will happen, can happen.
Yeah, and that's just so different from anything I'm used to. Rabbis getting run out of town, that happens, but congregants, even in the most, and I was involved in the ultra Orthodox Jewish community, like before you can be kicked out of a congregation, you generally have to be the rabbi. Okay, it is 4 a.m. and I better get to sleep. There are 15 people watching, so if somebody else wants to start a Just Chatting stream, there are some people with admin privileges. If somebody wants to jump on, apparently there's a bunch of people watching, but it's 4 a.m. So I am going to end this stream. Good night, Jacob.
Nice speaking to you. Good night.
It was very nice meeting you.